It started on a hot summer evening in Anaheim, the kind of night where the air feels thick with sugar and magic, and the smell of popcorn and churros hangs so heavy you can taste it. I had been working at Disneyland for almost 4 years at that point, mostly as a ride operator and occasional crowd controller. That night, I was assigned to Tomorrowland, specifically near Space Mountain. The park was packed. Families were laughing, kids were screaming in delight, the music blaring over the speakers. Disneyland at night was a sensory overload in the best way. But something about that evening felt off from the moment I clocked in. The first strange thing happened during my pre-ride checks. I was walking along the track, inspecting the boarding area, when I noticed a backpack sitting perfectly upright against the safety railing. No one was around. I looked for a guest in the nearby queue. Nothing. I radioed security to report an unattended item. They told me someone would come check it, but by the time I turned back, it was gone. I swear I didn't move it. At first, I brushed it off. Maybe it had been a kid's backpack that someone had grabbed in a rush, or maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But later that night, during a lull in the crowds, I noticed a shadow moving in the ride area. Space Mountain is mostly dark inside the building, with flashing lights and projections to simulate outer space. But this shadow moved in ways that didn't match the projections. It was slower, deliberate, almost human. I called out, "Hey, can I help you?" But there was no answer. My voice echoed strangely through the cavernous ride space. The shadow vanished before I could get closer. By 11 p.m., most of the park had started to empty, but Tomorrowland still had a few die-hard visitors. I decided to finish my last sweep before closing. As I walked down the darkened side hallway near the ride exit, I heard the unmistakable sound of someone whispering my name. James. I froze. I was alone. There was no maintenance, no security, no guests. My heart started pounding. James. The voice came again, closer this time. Louder. It was coming from the shadows or track maintenance doors. I cautiously peered around, flashlight in hand, and saw nothing. That's when I felt it, like a breath on my neck. Cold, wet, heavy, like someone had been standing right behind me. I spun around, but again, no one was there. The whispering stopped. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination. After all, I had been working long shifts and it was late. But the park felt wrong. There was a quietness under all the normal sounds, like the hum of electricity and background music had been muted, replaced by a pressure I couldn't explain. I decided to finish my shift quickly and head home. I walked through the dim corridors, passing the Star Tours and the gift shops being restocked. The park was mostly empty now, just a few maintenance staff and me. But then I heard it again, a small sound, soft and deliberate. Footsteps. Behind me. Not echoing, not bouncing off the walls, but heavy and real. Someone was walking after me. I turned, flashlight slicing through the dark, but saw no one. "Hello?" I called, trying to sound calm. No answer. Only the faint echo of footsteps stopping as soon as I spoke. I kept moving toward the employee exit. Each step I took, I thought I heard something moving in sync behind me. My breathing got heavier. My pace quickened. I finally reached the last set of doors before the backstage parking area. My ID badge scanner beeped green, and I pushed through. I didn't look back. Later, the same week, I started noticing more unusual things. Doors that should have been locked were found slightly ajar. Lights that had been switched off were flickering again when I walked by. Personal items I left in employee lockers moved around or disappeared entirely. And every time I walked near Space Mountain, I felt that same cold breath, that same sensation of being watched. One night, a coworker named Lisa decided to stay late with me while I finished a maintenance checklist. She had been with Disneyland for over 10 years and claimed she had seen some unexplainable stuff before. Just don't go near the ride entrance after midnight, she said, her voice low. Some things here don't like people watching them. I laughed nervously. You're kidding, right? Lisa didn't. We were doing a final inspection of the ride control room when the monitors started flickering. Nothing unusual on the ride cameras at first, just static. But then one camera, the one overlooking the loading area, glitched. For a split second, we saw a figure sitting in one of the ride vehicles. A little boy. Dark hair, pale skin, staring straight at the camera. He didn't move, didn't blink. Then he disappeared. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe it was a reflection or a trick of the light. Lisa, however, went pale. That's the same kid, she whispered. He's been showing up on cameras for years. They say he died here on this ride back in the late 80s. Fell from a vehicle during a malfunction and never left. I felt my stomach drop. A few nights later, I was alone again, finishing closing duties. I walked past the Space Mountain entrance, checking the tracks, and then I saw it. The boy. Standing perfectly still, right at the edge of the ride path. He didn't run. He didn't move. Just stared. His face was pale, almost glowing in the dark, with eyes that were too large, too deep. I froze. Then he raised his hands slowly and pointed at me. I turned and ran, heart pounding, the fluorescent lights of the maintenance corridors doing nothing to ease the shadows following me. When I reached the employee exit, the doors wouldn't open at first. Just wouldn't. I could feel the pressure of something behind me, something waiting. Finally, the door clicked. I pushed through and sprinted to my car. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. In the employee lot, near the Space Mountain building, I thought I saw a tiny silhouette standing, watching me leave. I called security later, trying to tell them what I'd seen. They brushed it off. Probably shadows from the lights, they said. It's late, you're tired. But I wasn't tired. I was terrified. For the next few months, things only got stranger. Employees whispered about strange figures in the mirrors of the employee break rooms. Some reported hearing children laughing in the corridors long after everyone had left. Others said that on quiet nights they could hear a voice calling their name from the track areas. I eventually transferred out of Tomorrowland. I tried to forget what I had seen, chalking it up to exhaustion and the weird energy that a theme park can have at night. But even now, years later, whenever I close my eyes and think about that night, I see him. The pale little boy standing on the ride path, watching, waiting, pointing. I've never returned to Space Mountain after hours. I haven't even gone to Disneyland late at night. But every once in a while, I hear from old coworkers. They tell me the boy still appears. The cameras still catch him sitting in the ride vehicles. The lights still flicker. The doors still open and close on their own. And every time it happens, a sense of dread fills the park that not even Disney magic can mask. Some nights, I wonder if he's just lonely, or maybe angry, or maybe he just doesn't want anyone leaving, like he's still riding, and he wants someone to ride with him forever. I'll never forget the sound of his whisper. My name, James. And the way he waited in the dark, small hand raised, pointing straight at me. Even now, when I close my eyes, I feel him watching. Story the end. The November air over Anaheim had cooled just enough that the steam from people's breath drifted faintly into the lights above Main Street, turning the whole place hazy and dreamlike. It was the sort of night when Disneyland felt impossibly magical. Warm music, peppermint smells, families laughing. But for me, that night holds a weight I still feel in my ribs when I breathe too deeply. It was the night I learned the park could swallow you whole, even when you thought you knew every inch of it. I'd grown up in Southern California and been to Disneyland more times than I could count. My mom used to joke that if she ever got lost, she'd track me down by following the scent of churros. But I was 26 that winter, out of college, working a job that didn't mean much, and Disneyland had become my comfort place, the one place where nothing bad ever seemed to happen. So when my younger cousin Lily asked me to take her for her birthday, I said yes without hesitation. Lily was 14, all sarcasm and bravado on the outside, still a little kid on the inside. She loved horror movies and anything spooky, and she'd spent the whole car ride talking about all the supposed Disneyland ghost stories she'd found online. You know about the little girl in the Matterhorn tunnels? She'd asked, leaning across the center console. And the crying boy in the Small World control room? I'd laughed, shaking my head. Urban legends. People make that stuff up because the park is old and because it's Disney. People love trying to ruin pure things. She grinned. Maybe, but maybe not. I should have listened to the way she said that. Not to the words, but to the excitement under them. The curiosity. I should have realized she might go looking. The day in the park went smoothly at first. We ate Mickey pretzels and rode Thunder Mountain twice. We stayed late, wanting to see the holiday fireworks. Lily had a photographer instinct. Every few minutes she'd drift a few feet ahead or behind, snapping pictures of lights and decorations. I didn't think much of it. She wasn't the kind of kid who caused trouble. But sometime after 9, when the park was at its most crowded, she stopped walking beside me. I'd noticed it right away, not because I'm especially attentive, but because Lily was always talking. Always. And suddenly the noise beside me had gone silent. I turned. The crowd pressed together behind me, families, couples, tired kids in strollers, but none of them were her. I spun a full circle, scanning faces. Nothing. I called her name once, then louder. A few people glanced at me, but no one looked concerned. I pulled out my phone. No texts, no missed calls. When I tried her number, it rang and rang. I could feel the panic starting already, as that ice pick pressure under my sternum. I told myself to stay calm. Disneyland had lost child protocols, procedures, cast members everywhere trained to help. I'd find her in minutes. But minutes passed. Then more. I hurried up toward Tomorrowland, thinking she might have darted ahead to the ride we'd been talking about earlier. Nothing. I checked the shops. Nothing. I asked 3 different cast members. They were kind, reassuring, radioed in her description. But 40 minutes later, nobody had seen her. I kept telling myself she'd gotten distracted, that she'd stop for a churro or follow a parade float and forget to text me. But deep down, a cold certainty had slipped in. She hadn't just wandered off. Something was wrong. The first real clue came almost by accident. I remembered she'd been taking pictures obsessively. If she'd gone somewhere unusual, maybe her camera roll would show it. I opened the shared family photo folder, the one that automatically updated when she uploaded stuff. There were 5 new photos, all taken within the last hour. I opened the first. It was of the Matterhorn. Normal. The second was taken from much closer, angled upward toward the mountain's base, the kind of shot you'd get if you walked right up to the chain-linked side gate near the employee entrance. The third photo was even closer, but this time there was something else. Something I didn't understand at first. The picture was blurry, but behind the chain-link fence, just visible beyond the shadows of the rockwork, was the shape of a door. A maintenance access door with a small red light above it, glowing faintly. The fourth photo was darker, grainier, but I recognized what it showed. A narrow backstage walkway, the kind guests weren't supposed to have access to. And the last photo was of a corridor I had never seen. Fluorescent lights flickering overhead. A bare concrete floor, pipes running along the ceiling. The photo was slightly tilted as though she'd snapped it while in motion. Lily had gone somewhere she shouldn't have. And she didn't send any messages, didn't brag, didn't tease me. Lily never stayed silent when she thought she was getting away with something. Something was deeply wrong. I hurried toward the Matterhorn, weaving through crowds so thick they nearly lifted me off my feet. The park always narrowed weirdly around the mountain, and tonight it felt suffocating. The closer I got, the more wrong everything felt, like the air itself tightened. The ride's standby line was posted at nearly an hour, but I didn't want the ride. I wanted the side access. There's a path along the far right side, mostly used by cast members. It isn't hidden exactly, but it isn't inviting either. A few signs warn guests not to enter. I ignored them. At the end of the path was the fence, the same one from Lily's photo, and behind it the faint red glow of that small maintenance door. I expected it to be locked. It wasn't. The latch slid open under my hand. A cold wind poured out from the doorway, the kind that felt like it came from deep underground. The park's noise dulled behind me, muted like I'd stuffed cotton in my ears. Inside was a concrete corridor just like the one in Lily's last picture. I called her name again. My voice echoed unnaturally, bouncing back a beat too slow, like the hallway was absorbing then releasing the sound late. I stepped inside. The door swung shut behind me, hard enough to rattle the metal. I spun back and grabbed the handle. Locked. And this time it stayed locked. The hallway stretched ahead, turning sharply left and right at strange, staggered angles. It didn't match the layout of the attraction I knew. It didn't match any backstage map I'd ever seen. I walked forward slowly, my heartbeat thudding in my eardrums. Every so often I'd call her name, and every so often I'd hear the echo, delayed, distorted. Not like it was reflecting from walls, more like it was answering. At one corner, something flickered just ahead. At first I thought it was a cast member's reflective patch. Then I realized it wasn't metallic at all. It was white fabric, a dress. A small girl's dress. I froze. The figure, Small, maybe 8 or 9, was standing with her back to me near the next turn. Her hair hung long and dark. Her dress looked old-fashioned, the kind you'd see in 1960s family vacation photos. I felt something primal pushing up through my nerves, fear that bypassed logic. I didn't want to speak, didn't want her to turn around. But I forced myself. Hey, have you seen a girl, 14? About this tall? The child didn't move. I took one step closer. She took a step too, straight ahead, vanishing around the corner. I didn't want to follow. But what choice did I have? The turn opened to another corridor, this one darker. The lights flickered more violently and the air smelled damp, metallic, almost like blood without the sharpness. I hugged the wall, moving as quietly as I could. Halfway down the corridor, I heard something. Crying. But not a child's cry. A teenager's. Lily. I broke into a run. The hallway sloped downward, narrowing until I had to turn sideways to squeeze through. My shoulder scraped concrete. The crying grew louder, then suddenly cut off. Lily, I yelled. No echo this time. No answer. The corridor opened abruptly into a larger chamber, like a maintenance bay, but wrong. Too empty, too quiet. Only one dim emergency light flickered overhead. And in the middle of the room, Lily stood facing the far wall. Relief punched into me so hard my knees nearly buckled. I ran toward her. Lily! Oh my God, are you hurt? We need to get out. I stopped. She wasn't standing. She was being held up. Hands pale, small, too many, pressed against her shoulders, her back, her arms. They belonged to children. Children half hidden in the dark, faces blank, eyes reflecting like animals' eyes. The girl in the white dress stepped forward from the group. This time I saw her face. It wasn't right. Her eyes were too wide, too dark, pupils swallowing almost all the white. Her mouth hung slightly open, as though she were about to speak, but the sound she made was wrong, like air rushing through broken reeds. Lily's head jerked toward me. Don't, she whispered hoarsely. Don't come closer. I froze. The children tightened their grip on her. The girl in the white dress tilted her head. Then she pointed, slowly, deliberately, at a door on the far side of the room. A door with no handle, no hinges, just a rectangle outlined in steel. I understood instantly. She wanted me to go through it. I shook my head. I'm not leaving her. The girl's mouth widened, slowly, impossibly, stretching into a grin too big for her face. She pointed again. Lily sobbed. Please go, she whispered. Please. It only wants one of us. My stomach dropped like the floor had vanished beneath me. The thing, whatever it was offering a trade. Me for her. I took a step forward anyway. The children shifted, their grips tightening, their eyes glinting. The girl shook her head at me, slow and disapproving. I saw Lily's face, terrified, pleading. I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave her. I'd promised my aunt I'd keep her safe. I'd promised Lily she could trust me. So I said the only thing I could. Take me. The lights went out. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on a bench outside the Matterhorn. A cast member was shaking my shoulder gently. Sir, are you all right? The park was still busy. Music still played. Fireworks were starting overhead. Lily sat next to me, crying, but alive, safe. They told us they'd found us passed out near the loading area, maybe dehydrated, maybe exhausted. They asked if we needed first aid. We both said no. But Lily's hand never left mine the entire walk back to the car. We never told anyone what happened. I'm not sure they would have believed us. I'm not sure I believe it myself. Still, sometimes late at night, I'll open my phone and look at the photos Lily took. There are 6 now. A new one appeared the morning after. The 6th photo is taken from a corridor of concrete walls and flickering lights, but it isn't blurry like the others. It's focused, crisp. It shows the girl in the white dress standing inches from the camera, and behind her is me, smiling. Story the end. The night air felt different as soon as the gates of Disneyland closed. The crowd that had lined up by day, eager parents, laughing children, excited tourists, had vanished, replaced by an uneasy quiet. Only a few maintenance lights hummed along Main Street, casting long, wavering shadows across cobblestones that shimmered slightly under the glow. Shadows that seemed almost alive. I'd come here with 2 friends, Zoe and Marcus. We were seniors at UCLA back during a break, and on a dare decided to sneak into Disneyland after hours. It wasn't our first foolish midnight expedition. We'd trespassed into a closed city park before, but this was something different. Disneyland felt alive in daylight. At night, it was uncanny, like a theme park ghost limping after dark with unseen weight dragging it sideways. We slipped in just after the last sweeping announcements echoing through loudspeakers. Thank you for visiting Disneyland. We hope to see you again soon. The words faded. The doors shut. No staff lingered. The silence pressed against us. Zoe had brought a flashlight. Marcus carried a small digital camera, mostly to record our dumb stunt. I carried nothing but my phone flashlight and a nervous energy. We made it past security barriers untouched. Once inside, we paused short, our footsteps loud against the empty pavement. I didn't think it'd be this quiet, Zoe whispered. And creepy, I added. She rolled her eyes. Come on, she said, voice low. This is going to be fun. Ghost hunting, senior year style. Marcus nodded. If there's anything supernatural going on, he said, we'll get it on film. We walked first toward the main castle, its spires dull in the pale maintenance lighting, but it felt like a giant toy, cold and lifeless. Then we drifted toward the part of the park that once housed the nightly fireworks show, now deserted. The souvenir carts stood still, their shutters down, signage waiting for opening hours. Somewhere in the distance, a lone mechanical falcon on a top perch squawked, an audio effect still triggered despite the park being closed. It startled us. Marcus started the camera. Let's check out the haunted mansion, Zoe said. It felt right in a dark, ironic way. The mansion's facade loomed quietly on the far side of the park. We followed dusty signs. The path was unnervingly deserted. No other people, no staff. Maintenance lights barely penetrated the darkness. Our flashlight beams trembled over wrought iron fences, cobwebs stuck to tops of gateposts. A warm breeze rustled leaves above the mansion's roof, but there were no trees near. Just the breeze and that sudden creak like someone leaning against a balcony rail above. We froze. Marcus held up the camera, its red light blinking. For a moment we cocked our heads. There was a sound overhead, but we saw nothing. Just silence, stationary darkness. I tried to steady my breathing. Zoe whispered, probably just an old vent or a fan. We cracked a laugh, though it felt hollow. We pressed on, slipping through an old side gate, half open with rusted hinges. The garden behind the mansion was overgrown and half hidden behind hedges. The path moved inwards, lined with statues, cherubs, stone angels, twisted gargoyles whose faces stared down blank and accusing at trespassers. Their stone eyes seemed to follow us under our headlights. What if we actually find something? Marcus murmured. I tried to sound brave. Cool story for the dorm later. We reached a heavy wooden door at the back of the garden. The door was cracked open, though the employees-only sign hung crooked. Inside it smelled damp, old velvet, mildew, and something metallic, faint but distinct. We exchanged glances. Neither of us had expected to actually get this far. I don't like this, Zoe muttered. Marcus shouldered the camera and pushed the door fully open. The room beyond was dim, lit only by a pair of flickering lanterns the color of rust and sorrow. Walls decorated with dusty portraits, duck royalty in formal garb, cartoonish aristocrats from some older era, lined the hallway. Their eyes glinted oddly in the light. Colors bled into one another, fabric textures blurred. A low whine pulsed through the air, almost musical, like the faraway echo of a forgotten Calliope. We moved slowly down the corridor. The wood beneath our feet creaked. A low draft slid behind us, and I swore I heard a footstep. Just one, soft, deliberate. I froze, stared at Zoe. She didn't meet my eyes. Her flashlight beam wavered across a portrait, a regal duck woman with an ornate fan. The fan's painting looked fresh, the detailing sharper than the surrounding frames, almost like someone had touched it recently. But everywhere else, the paint cracked and peeled. Let's just go back, she whispered. But Marcus was already walking forward, camera pointed ahead. This is perfect, he said, voice white but urgent. Unedited footage, man. We came to a door marked Maintenance, Do Not Enter. It was slightly ajar. Light flickered inside. As we stepped closer, we heard a scraping sound, like metal dragging on concrete. Probably part of the animatronic system, I said aloud, like more to reassure myself than them. Maybe they still run maintenance at night. I reached out to push the door open, but Zoe grabbed my sleeve. Don't, she hissed. Seriously, don't. Marcus shrugged them off. Just a peek, he urged. We were only a dorm room dare ago. This was the escalation. I exhaled slowly and nudged the door further. Light spilled out. Then came the smell again, stronger now, metallic, like old blood or rust. My throat closed. I stepped back. Zoe pressed against me. But curiosity was stronger for Marcus. He advanced. There wasn't much to see at first, just dusty scaffolding, crates stacked around, dismantled ride parts leaning against the cavernous walls. But farther in, a narrow corridor slanted downward. A sign, Foundation/Utility Tunnels. The door at the end was propped open. Soft murmuring drifted out, words too garbled to hear but distinct. Low, raspy, like someone whispering to themselves, like half-spoken apology, like despair. Marcus leveled his camera at the corridor. "We could call security," Zoe said, trembling. "They'll escort us out. No big deal." But Marcus shook his head. "This is it. This is what we came for." He walked forward. Me and Zoe looked at each other. Panic flared in her eyes. "No, we don't need to go down there," I said. My voice was unsteady. "This is stupid. Let's get out." He paused, his breathing shallow. The whispers ceased. For a moment there was complete silence. Then the metal door at the end of the corridor slammed shut, though no visible force touched it. The echo rang like a gavel. We jumped. Zoe cried out. Marcus froze, like a deer in headlights. "Let's go," Zoe whispered, grabbing my hand, urging me toward the door through which we came. But the crates had shifted. The narrow entrance blocked by overstocked shelves beside the stairwell. Down the tunnel, some unseen presence rattled pipes. The walls groaned in protest. The west, an electric hum buzzed. Lights flickered overhead in red pulses. We backed up slowly. My heart hammered so loud I thought the others had to hear. Marcus fumbled with the camera button. His battery light flickered red, low battery. I had my phone, but its light seemed weak in comparison. Shadows pooled at angles that made nothing sense. 2 chairs cast one long, warped shadow that twisted behind us. Then a figure stepped out of darkness. I saw it still for an instant. Pale face, too wide and smooth, eyes like blank holes. No animatronic, no puppet joints. Something living. Or once living. It wandered forward, arm outstretched, ribs faintly visible through torn shirt. It tapped on the wall lightly, as though calling us gently. Then it started walking toward us. Zoe screamed. Marcus dropped the camera. She pulled me, dragging me toward the blocked stairwell. I shoved crates aside, barely. Crawl space of broken boxes and tangled cables. I climbed over, my legs scrape-burned against sharp metal. Zoe went next. Marcus stood frozen, unaware of motion. The creature moved closer, soundless, slow, gliding forward. Its lips cracked into a smile that lacked warmth. I reached Zoe at the top step and yanked her. We climbed up the stairwell into the maintenance room. The door behind us slammed shut. Water dripped overhead. In the faint light, a pool spread across the floor, spreading like ink. Shadows danced, though there was no breeze. I glanced at the crates. One bore a logo, a stylized mouse head, old Disneyland ride parts. Could this have once housed a performer costume? A mascot? The idea flared in my head, submerged memories of muffled screams behind the cheerful facade. Then footsteps above us, pounding, heavy, mounted boots. A spotlight burst on. 3 figures in dark uniforms stepped in, flashlights sweeping. "Security!" one shouted. Another raised a weapon, non-lethal, but the tension was high. Hands where we can see them. Now voices echoed. The thing downstairs screamed, a harsh, echoing howl that rattled windows. Then silence. We froze. I stared at the security guards, then at the door. Before I could move, one of them flicked on a flashlight and leveled it at us. I opened my mouth to speak. We just... He raised a hand. "Don't move. Get down on your knees." Marcus stumbled forward, hands raised. Zoe shook like a leaf. We obeyed. Flashlights around. One guard radioed. "You copy. We got 3 unauthorized on-site, west maintenance area." Faint crackle over radio. "Confirm. Proceed to escort out. Do not approach tunnels." His voice betrayed no emotion. Just professional alarm. We followed as instructed, hands visible, stumbling, wide-eyed. Outside, the park looked different, vivid, alive in maintenance lights. But behind us, the door we emerged from remained closed, impenetrable. The guards escorted us past peeling walls and empty ride tracks to the main gate. A heavy truck idled by the wall, driver watching. A 5th guard leaned against chain-link fencing. The last guard stopped us at the gate. "You're banned. Permanently. Permanently. Don't ever come back. And don't talk about what you saw." He marked something in a small notebook. "Leave before our broadcast drops. CCTV, motion sensors, patrols," his tone soft but firm. "We don't do warnings twice." They pushed us out. The gates clanged shut behind. I looked back through the chain link. The park stood silent. Buzzing lights overhead evened out the darkness. Somewhere in the distance, the mechanical falcon screeched again. The lonely note sounded off-key. We didn't look at each other until we were a block away. Then Zoe cried. Marcus smashed the camera on the ground. She vomited. I barely breathed. Finally, I said nothing. We walked away, footsteps echoing on concrete sidewalks as we headed toward a cab. The driver wouldn't meet our eyes as we piled in. I remember gripping the door frame, eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, expecting something pale and silent, to stare back at me. The camera was gone. But later, after trembling in my dorm room all night, I tried to replicate the footage. Nothing. The file had corrupted, camera bricked. Zoe's phone had glitched once, caught brief static at the moment the figure appeared. A gray blur, no form. Marcus tried recovery programs. One screenshot, distorted pixels, a vague shape, nothing human, but flashing red. I deleted it. Zoe convinced me it was nothing. Artifact from low light, she said. Marcus said, maybe a glitch. They wouldn't talk about the smell or the scream that echoed in the shaft, except once. At 3:12 a.m., both Marcus and I awoke to the same thing. Footsteps echoing outside the dorm hallway, slow, dragging, padded but uneven. Then silence. The figure was always silent, never knocked, never threatened, just observed, watching, waiting. School resumed. We avoided each other. We were ashamed. Guilt, fear, regret. We had crossed some line, a trespass. The consequences weren't legal, at least not yet. But something followed us. I saw it then, in the mirror behind Marcus, a pale face reflection for half a second. Gone when I spun around. I saw Zoe flinch, though she was behind me. I heard distant scraping along walls. Doors would creak even in daylight. In the cafeteria, someone dropped a tray, the clatter echoing like thunder. Then silence resumed, suffocating. The chase kept going. One night, I woke because my phone buzzed with a text message. We saw you. No contact number, no sender. Background black, screen glowed. It jolted me. My heart shot into my throat. I didn't respond. Over the next days, the messages came more often. Walking past the castle, saw you with Zoe. You left something behind. Always dark, always illicit. No sender name. Terrified, I tried to leave Los Angeles. Said I'd go home for winter break. Zoe left too. Marcus said he had family business elsewhere. We didn't meet. We didn't call. The silence was deliberate. The third message came the day before I departed. You look better with the lights off. I didn't face the road out. I didn't turn back. My eyes stayed fixed on the dashboard as we drove through highways, miles of darkness, concrete streetlights. Somewhere behind me lived laughter, or moans, inside an empty castle backlot, inside foundation tunnels that should have been sealed. I didn't want to look back, but I still feel it at the edges of my vision. An itch of cold air, a rustle of cloth, always at night, never seen, always on the edge of sight. I tried to tell the police. I tried to contact Disneyland corporate, but my calls vanished. Emails bounced. Official statements said, you were trespassing. We did not authorize any ghost hunting inside restricted areas. This matter is closed. In a final email, someone wrote, thank you for your cooperation. We trust you will respect property boundaries in the future. That was the end of it, for them. Maybe I never actually saw a ghost. Maybe it was my fear playing tricks. But I know what I smelled. Rust, stale velvet, damp concrete, something rotten. I know I heard those footsteps, or those pipes creaking. I know I felt a presence at the back of the stairwell, creeping closer before the guards came. And I know whichever thing lurks in the tunnels of Disneyland didn't stay there. It came out. It followed. It learned how to walk on concrete, learned how to exist outside those walls. I check over my shoulder sometimes during dark nights. I flinch at empty hallways. I hesitate at closed doors. My dreams are full of corridors, shut doors, shrieking pipes, and that one scream, like a final apology into dark air. Zoe called me once, months later. She said she saw a duck-faced figure in her rearview mirror at a stoplight. It vanished when she turned. She quit school soon after. Marcus left the city, changed his phone, changed his name. We don't talk, but maybe that presence still drifts, somewhere between California and wherever we ended up. Searching. I never went back to Disneyland. I don't think I'll ever be able to. I don't even look at postcards from the park anymore. When I see the castle at night, the lights shimmering through postcards or screens, I still feel a pulse of panic, because I know there are levels of Disneyland that tourists never see. Sub-basements, back doors, silent corridors beneath happy rides. And sometimes on nights when the wind is just right, you might hear the scrape of metal on concrete and something whispering, We weren't ready to close. Whenever I close my eyes, I still see the Duck Aristocrat's portrait, still smell damp velvet and rust and rot. Reality bending in a corridor no visitor should have walked. That's the real horror, how something cheerful and magical by day can twist into something wrong at night. You can't outrun it, because once it catches you in the darkness, it doesn't let go. Story the end. The summer I turned 27, my sister Caitlin convinced me to join her and her boyfriend Mark on a trip to Disneyland. I hadn't been since I was a kid, and even then the memories were little flashes. Sticky hands from cotton candy, the metallic clatter of roller coasters, my mother's hand squeezing mine while characters in oversized heads waved at us. Caitlin had already booked the hotel and bought the tickets, and she insisted this would be exactly what I needed after a messy breakup and an even messier move from Minnesota to California. I didn't argue. I figured a weekend of churros, rides, and pretending to be carefree might do me some good. We got there early, before the rope drop, before the crowds, before the California sun burned the asphalt hot enough to sting. Even then, the place was buzzing. Kids tugged on parents' arms. A few adults already looked exhausted. Teenagers posed for selfies with the entrance sign like they were about to walk into heaven instead of a theme park built on carefully controlled chaos. The day started fine, fun even. We bounced between rides, weaving through crowds, laughing in ways we hadn't in years. By noon, we were eating lunch in Frontierland. By 2, we were in Galaxy's Edge. The only weird part of the day was the occasional cast member who seemed off. I'd catch one staring, not smiling the way cast members usually did, their expression blank in a way that didn't match the cheerful music blaring from hidden speakers. A janitor dressed in all white, something I'd never seen at the park before, swept a spotless walkway as if he were waiting for something to happen. I shrugged it off. It was a busy park. People get tired. Not everything is ominous. Still, a strange feeling lingered at the back of my mind. Around 5 in the evening, Caitlin suggested we go to the abandoned section of the park. Well, not officially abandoned, more like under refurbishment. Her friend who worked merchandise had told her a whole subsection behind New Orleans Square was technically closed, but still accessible if you knew which path to take. People sneak in all the time, Caitlin said while eating a pretzel. It's not illegal or anything. The gates aren't locked. They just don't want guests wandering back there. Mark grinned. Come on. How often do you get to see off-limits Disneyland? I hesitated. I don't like breaking rules, and the park had a way of making you feel watched even in crowded areas. But Caitlin gave me that look, the one she used to use when she wanted me to sneak out past curfew. I sighed and nodded. We made our way through New Orleans Square, passing the lines of the Haunted Mansion, drifting by the smell of popcorn and beignets, until Caitlin pointed toward a path partly blocked by a chain and a sign that read, "Cast members only." "It's fine," she whispered. "Just duck under." No one seemed to notice as we slipped through. The noise of the crowd faded surprisingly fast. After a few steps, the park felt empty, too empty. No music, no chatter, no signs of life, only the low hum of distant machinery. The farther we walked, the more wrong it felt. We wound through narrow back passageways, past faded murals and boarded up stalls. Some trash bins were overflowing, which was strange because Disneyland staff were almost obsessive about cleanliness. A stack of unopened crates sat beside a wall plastered with peeling posters from long-retired events. I felt like we had stepped into a backstage version of the park, stripped of all magic, all illusion. Eventually, the path widened, opening into a courtyard I didn't recognize. An old building stood at the center, shaped vaguely like a theater. Letters had been torn from its marquee, leaving behind only 3. TER. "It used to be the Tomorrowland Experimental Review or something," Caitlin said, squinting at the building. "They shut it down in the 90s. "I've never heard of it," I said. "Most people haven't." The air here felt heavier. Still, like even the breeze refused to move. Mark walked up to the doors and tugged. They opened. I backed up. "No way. Kate, we shouldn't go in." But Caitlin was already pulling out her phone flashlight. "It's just a building. Come on. 5 minutes, then we'll go back." We stepped inside. The lobby was dark, except for the sliver of sunlight leaking in through the doorway. Dust coated everything, concession stand counters, display cases, a few posters still clinging to the walls. One showed a lineup of robots that looked like they belonged to an early version of Tomorrowland. Their painted-on eyes were overly bright, overly wide. My stomach tightened. "Look at this," Mark said, shining his light down a hallway. A row of animatronic figures stood frozen on a loading platform, half disassembled. Their plastic skin hung loose in places. Wires stuck out like exposed tendons. My skin crawled. "This is creeping me out," I said. "Let's just go." Then we heard it. A metallic clank. Not loud, but unmistakably close. Caitlin and Mark froze. I turned slowly toward the sound, toward the dark end of the hallway. Another clank, followed by a dragging sound. "Maybe a maintenance worker?" Mark whispered, though he didn't sound convinced. "Then why aren't the lights on?" I whispered back. The dragging grew louder. I grabbed Caitlin's hand. "We need to leave. Now." We backed toward the entrance. Halfway there, the lights flickered on overhead, old yellow bulbs buzzing to life like they hadn't been used in years. And that's when we saw it. At the far end of the hallway stood a figure. Tall. Too tall. Its head brushed the doorframe. Its limbs were bent at unnatural angles, like a marionette yanked by invisible strings. It wore some kind of suit, but parts of it were missing. Beneath the fabric, metal joints glinted. Its face was smooth, blank plastic, like a mannequin that never got its features painted on. Then, slowly, its head tilted. Not like a human, like a robot that had been broken for too long. Mark whispered, "What the hell is that?" The thing took one step. The metal joint of its knee cracked so loudly the sound echoed down the hallway. We ran. Caitlin yanked the front doors open and sprinted into the courtyard. I heard the thing behind us, heavy, slow steps, uneven but relentless. We didn't look back. We didn't need to. Every hair on my body told me it was moving faster than it should. "Left! Go left!" Caitlin screamed. We darted between two buildings, but the path dead-ended at a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. "You have got to be kidding me," Mark said, slamming his hands against it. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I looked around wildly and spotted a service ladder bolted to a wall, leading to a rooftop. "Up!" I shouted. Caitlin climbed first, then me, then Mark. He was halfway up when the thing rounded the corner. I felt him freeze behind me. I didn't have to turn to know it was right below us. There was scraping, metal on metal, a sound like joints bending in ways they weren't meant to. Mark screamed as something grabbed his ankle. I reached down and grabbed his wrist instinctively. Caitlin grabbed mine, trying to anchor us. The force pulling Mark downward was unreal. His foot hit a rung hard enough that I thought I heard bone crack. He screamed again, scrambling up the ladder with his free foot. "Pull!" I yelled. We hauled him upward with everything we had. A second later, he kicked free, and the three of us tumbled onto the rooftop. I scrambled to the edge and saw the thing at the base of the ladder. It looked up at me. No eyes, no mouth, just a blank, beige face. Yet somehow I felt it looking directly at me. The thing didn't climb. Instead, it turned and disappeared back between the buildings. We lay on the rooftop gasping until Caitlin managed to say, We have to get out of here." Mark nodded, clutching his ankle. "We need security. Someone. Anyone." I looked out across the rooftops. The park was still full of noise in the far distance. People laughing, music playing, like none of this existed just a few 100 feet away. We hopped rooftops until we found a lower one we could climb down from. From there, we ran until the music and crowds swallowed us. People stared at us like we were crazy, sweaty, pale, out of breath. But no one asked questions. No one stopped us. At the nearest security station, we breathlessly told an officer what had happened. He listened quietly. Too quietly. When we finished, he simply said, "That area is restricted for a reason. Guests are not allowed back there." "That's it," Caitlin snapped. "Something attacked us." The officer maintained a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. "There is nothing dangerous in that area, just old equipment. You must have been mistaken." "Mistaken?" Mark barked. "My ankle is swollen." The officer nodded calmly. "You should visit the first aid station." I stared at him, realizing he wasn't going to help us. Worse, he didn't seem surprised. As we walked away, I looked back. The officer was still watching us, the same fake smile on his face. We didn't stay for fireworks. In the days after, we tried to talk ourselves out of what we saw. Maybe it had been a decommissioned animatronic. Maybe it had triggered accidentally. Maybe maintenance crews knew about it, and it wasn't meant to be dangerous, but I can still feel the grip around Mark's ankle, the strength of it, the deliberate pull, Robots don't do that. And every night since, I've had the same dream. The blank-faced thing standing just beyond a doorway, waiting, listening, tilting its head. I don't know what Disneyland keeps behind its closed-off sections, but I know we saw something we weren't supposed to, something they won't talk about, something they pretend doesn't exist. But it does, it's real. And somewhere in that abandoned courtyard behind New Orleans Square, something is still walking, still searching, still waiting for someone else to wander in. Story the end. The first time I went to Disneyland as an adult was in late September, a warm evening when the sky looked dusty and gold over Anaheim, the kind of weather that feels perfect from the outside, but leaves you strangely uneasy inside. My girlfriend, Jenna, had planned the whole trip months earlier. It was supposed to be a late summer treat, two school teachers taking advantage of the brief lull before the fall rush. I hadn't been to Disneyland since I was a kid. She'd never been at all. We pulled into the parking structure around 6 in the evening, the sun dipping just low enough to cast long shadows between the gray concrete levels. Everything felt normal at first. Crowds, kids crying from exhaustion, the distant roar of rides, and the faint smell of popcorn drifting over everything. But I remember, even then, feeling like something was off. Not wrong, exactly. Just off. Like the air was somehow too still. We walked in through the gates, hand in hand, both smiling, and even though I'd grown out of the excitement years ago, part of me was glad to be back. The brick walkway, the floral Mickey, the train station above, nostalgia clicked into place, comforting but hollow, as if it were playing back a memory that didn't entirely belong to me. The first strange thing happened near Main Street, right by the candy shop. A woman wearing an old-fashioned Disneyland tour guide outfit, white gloves, bright red vest, was standing perfectly still beside the curb. I thought she was maybe a performer or part of some after-hours thing. But when we walked by, she turned her head sharply toward us and said in a low voice that didn't match the cheerful outfit at all, "Don't stay past closing." I laughed awkwardly. Jenna didn't. The woman didn't smile, didn't blink, just stared at us until we moved on. I turned around once. She was still staring. I tried brushing it off, telling Jenna she was probably some kind of actor doing a bit, but she wasn't convinced. Her eyes looked weird, she whispered, like she wasn't all there. We kept walking. Disneyland is supposed to be the happiest place in the world, but that night the cheerfulness felt almost forced. Every parade float seemed too bright, every smile from the cast members too wide. The music piped through the speakers had a tinny quality, like the system was playing slightly warped versions of the songs. We rode a few attractions, grabbed some churros, and by the time fireworks ended, crowds started thinning. That was when I slipped into a line for the restroom near the entrance of Adventureland. It was one of those standalone bathrooms with heavy wooden doors designed to look like something out of a 1950s safari movie. I told Jenna I'd meet her by the tiki room. When I came out, she wasn't there. At first, I figured she had gone into the tiki room itself, but the next show wasn't starting for 10 minutes. I texted her. No response. I called. Straight to voicemail. I walked back toward the restroom. Nothing. I checked the shops nearby, asked a cast member, circled the area twice. My stomach twisted in ways it shouldn't have over something so simple. People got separated in theme parks all the time, but I felt deep down that something had happened. 20 minutes passed. No Jenna. That was when I saw a small cast member-only gate sitting halfway open, tucked behind some fake foliage near the Jungle Cruise exit. A glimpse of movement caught my eye. Someone stepping through the gate wearing the same style of red vest and white gloves as the woman from Main Street. For a second, I thought it was her. I hurried toward the gate. I shouldn't have. Inside was a narrow service corridor, dimly lit by flickering bulbs overhead. The sound of the park, music, voices, laughter, muffled instantly as the door closed behind me. I called out, "Hello? Jenna?" No answer. The corridor smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic. It reminded me of the maintenance hallways behind school auditoriums, places kids weren't meant to go. But I kept walking. After about 30 yards, the corridor opened into a larger backstage area filled with prop crates and faded set pieces. I saw old animatronic birds from the tiki room stacked in a pile, their painted feathers peeling. A sign leaned against a wall, "Enchanted Tiki Room, do not discard." A chill crawled down my back, and then I heard it. A woman crying. Not loudly, more like someone trying very hard not to cry. The sound came from the far end of the room, behind a row of shelving units. I started walking toward it, heart pounding. Jenna? The crying stopped instantly. A voice answered, but it wasn't hers. It's after hours. You shouldn't be here. I froze. Footsteps shuffled closer. A woman stepped out, a cast member wearing a red vest, white gloves, and a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Her makeup looked smudged, almost melted under the harsh fluorescent lights. You need to come with me, she said. Not demanding, not kind, just flat. I'm looking for my girlfriend. Her smile widened, unnatural, like the muscles in her face weren't used to the motion. Yes, come with me. Every instinct in me screamed not to follow. I just need to know if she came through here, I said, backing up slightly. If you saw her. The woman tilted her head to the side, very slowly like a broken animatronic. You're not supposed to be here, she repeated. That was when I noticed her gloves, dark stains smeared across the fingertips. Not grease, something darker. I turned and sprinted. Behind me, I heard the sharp click of shoes on concrete as she gave chase. I ducked down a side passage between two stacks of crates, nearly tripping over a coiled hose on the floor. The backstage area was bigger than I'd expected, almost like a storage labyrinth. I ran blindly, taking turns at random, breaths ragged, chest burning. Her footsteps echoed somewhere behind me. I burst through another set of doors and found myself standing in a large maintenance workshop. Exposed pipes lined the ceiling. Flickering fluorescent lights cast long, jittery shadows. To my left, an old ride car from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride sat dismantled on a table. But the worst part, the part that will stay with me forever, was the wall. Rows and rows of photographs, hundreds of them, plastered across an entire wall. Guests, families, cast members, all smiling. All at Disneyland. Most looked like regular snapshots you'd take during a vacation, but others were newer. Printed on computer paper, the ink still fresh. I saw faces from that very night. A couple near the castle, a kid with a balloon, a group taking a selfie by Space Mountain. And in the center of the wall was a photo of Jenna. It had been taken less than an hour earlier. She was standing alone, looking confused, like she hadn't realized someone was taking her picture. My throat closed. I staggered back. A voice spoke softly from behind me. She didn't smile. I spun around. This time it wasn't a woman in a red vest. It was a man, maybe mid-40s, wearing a custodial uniform, dark blue with a name tag that just said Steve. He held a push broom, but his knuckles were white around the handle. People are supposed to smile here, he said. It's the happiest place on earth. I edged toward the exit. Where is she? I demanded. He blinked slowly. She went where the others go. Where are the others? A pause. Below. I didn't wait for clarification. I bolted through the workshop door and back into the maze of corridors. I heard shouting behind me. Multiple voices now, male and female. More footsteps joining the chase. A sharp alarm echoed through the hallways. I didn't think. I just ran. After several frantic turns, I slammed into a heavy metal door and shoved it open. Cool outdoor air hit my face. I was behind one of the attractions, Pirates of the Caribbean, judging by the faint sound of water and distant pirate music. I sprinted toward the public area, heart nearly tearing through my ribs, and burst out from behind a cast member gate straight into New Orleans Square. A few lingering guests stared at me, confused. I didn't care. I grabbed the first real cast member I saw, a guy in the blue pirate-themed costume. My girlfriend is missing, I gasped. Someone took her backstage. His friendly Disney smile faltered. Backstage? Sir, no guests are. She's gone. Somebody in a red vest. She said, look, she's missing. But before he could respond, two security officers appeared from around a corner, walking briskly toward us. Not running, not panicked, just walking with eerie calm. The pirate-costumed cast member stepped back. They'll help you, he said, but his eyes had shifted nervously toward the officers. One of the security guys, tall and thick-shouldered, spoke in a soft, calm voice. Sir, you need to come with us. No, I snapped. Not without my girlfriend. She's already been located. My blood turned cold. Where is she? We'll bring you to her. They stepped closer. Everything in me screamed that they were lying. I ran again. I must have looked insane, shoving past families, sprinting through the closing time crowds as announcements echoed overhead. I dodged a stroller, nearly toppled a trash can, rushed through the bottleneck near the castle. I heard security shouting behind me. I didn't stop until I reached the main gate. The moment I crossed through the turnstiles, something shifted. The air felt lighter. Sound returned to normal. Music from downtown Disney drifted faintly. When I looked back, the security officers were standing just inside the gate, watching me, but making no move to follow. That was when my phone buzzed. A text from Jenna. I'm outside. Parking. Hurry. I sprinted through downtown Disney and across the bridge toward the parking structure. My legs ached, lungs burning. The night air felt cold now, the earlier warmth gone. I found her sitting in the car, in the driver's seat, hands shaking around the steering wheel. When I opened the door, she flinched. Where were you? She whispered. I was looking for you, I said, sliding into the seat. Where did you go? What happened? She stared straight ahead, eyes wide and unblinking. I don't know. I don't remember leaving Adventureland. I was standing by the tiki room and then I was in the parking lot. I don't remember walking here. Did someone take you? I asked. She shook her head slowly. I don't know, she repeated. Then, quieter, but I think someone followed me. Metallic fear curved through my spine. Who? She swallowed. A woman in a red vest. She kept telling me to smile. I looked over my shoulder toward the park. The lights still twinkled. Music still played. But something dark simmered beneath the magic. We drove out of that parking structure faster than I've ever driven in my life. We never went back. And for months afterward, Jenna woke up screaming from nightmares about white gloves and voices whispering, "It's after hours." The worst part? 2 weeks later, I checked the photos on my phone from that night. I didn't remember taking many, but I figured maybe something in them could help piece together what happened. Most were normal enough, crowd shots, fireworks, the castle. But among them was a single photo I had no memory of taking. A cast member only gate, slightly open, and behind it, in the darkness, a pair of white-gloved hands, just barely visible, reaching toward the opening as if inviting me back. Story the end. The first time I told anyone what happened at Disneyland, they looked at me like I was trying to tell a campfire story. I don't blame them. Even when I replay the memories in my head, they feel unreal, like I'm borrowing someone else's nightmare. But I'm going to tell it exactly how it happened, without changing a thing, because pretending it was just in my imagination hasn't made it go away. I went to Disneyland with my girlfriend Emma over Labor Day weekend. We're both Americans, born and raised in the Midwest, and neither of us had been to California before. Disneyland was her idea. She'd been begging me to plan a trip for months. She wanted the whole thing. Churros, fireworks, photos with Mickey, all of it. I worked long hours at the time, and honestly, I agreed, just because I needed a break. We flew in on a Friday morning, checked into a small hotel off Harbor Boulevard, and headed to the park early Saturday. The first day was crowded, but that's what we expected. The lines were long, the sun was hot, kids were screaming, parents were exhausted, but everything still felt fun. That's the magic of Disneyland. You can be surrounded by chaos and still feel like everything's okay. We rode Space Mountain twice, watched a parade, ate ice cream. Nothing unusual, nothing weird. That night, things started to shift. We were walking toward New Orleans Square just after sunset. The sky was a deep orange fading into purple, and the lights around the park flickered on in warm colors. The air smelled like popcorn and fried dough. It would have been perfect if Emma hadn't been so quiet. Most of the day, she'd been her usual excited self, but as evening came, she kept looking around like something was bothering her. At first, I thought she was just tired. You good? I asked her while we were passing the rivers of America. She nodded quickly. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I saw something weird earlier. Probably nothing. What did you see? She shrugged, forcing a laugh. Just some cast member acting strange. I don't want to ruin your mood. She wouldn't tell me more, and I didn't press her. I figured maybe someone in a costume freaked her out. We ended our night with Pirates of the Caribbean. It wasn't my favorite ride, but Emma insisted we do it before leaving, so we joined the short line. It moved fast, and soon enough we were stepping into the boat. But as we climbed in, Emma's hand tightened around my arm. Do you see him? She whispered. See who? She nodded toward a cast member standing by the loading platform. He was dressed normally for the ride, white shirt, red vest, dark pants, but he wasn't moving. Not even a little. He stood facing the ride, but his head was lowered like he was staring at the ground. His arms hung stiffly by his sides. The other cast members were ushering guests in and out of boats, calling instructions, smiling. But this guy wasn't helping. He wasn't talking. He wasn't blinking. "What's wrong with him?" Emma asked, barely audible. I looked again. The lighting made it hard to see clearly, but something about him did seem wrong. His posture looked strained, like holding himself upright was painful. His head twitched once, sharply, almost too fast to notice. A woman cast member walked past him and didn't even look at him. "Maybe he's on break," I said, though that didn't explain why he was just standing there. The boat pushed off, and as we drifted away, I couldn't stop watching the motionless figure. Just before we went around a corner into darkness, his head lifted slightly. I swore his eyes were wide open and staring straight at us. I didn't mention it to Emma. She already looked unsettled, and I didn't want to make it worse. The ride went as usual, and by the time we exited, I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. People get exhausted on hot days. Maybe that cast member had felt faint. But when we stepped off the boat and walked toward the exit ramp, my stomach dropped. Standing at the far end of the unloading area was the same cast member, or someone who looked exactly like him. Same posture, same stillness, same face pointed down at the floor. Emma gasped. He was at the loading platform. "It's not the same person," I said quickly, even though it looked like the same man wearing the same clothes. "They all have uniforms. He's wearing the same vest, same wrinkles, and his hair. It's the same." I grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the ride. I didn't want to linger. I didn't want to look at him again. We left the park soon after, and I convinced both of us that exhaustion and dim lighting had played tricks on our minds. We slept, woke up Sunday, and went back to Disneyland that morning. Things felt normal again for a while. We rode more rides, took photos, ate overpriced snacks. No strange cast members followed us. No eerie feelings. At least, not until nightfall. We returned to New Orleans Square to see the nighttime crowds and grab dinner. As we were walking past the haunted mansion, Emma grabbed my hand so tightly her nails dug into my skin. She pointed. Across the walkway, standing between two lampposts, was the same man. Same cast member costume, same stiff posture, same lowered head. Except this time there were dozens of people walking around him, and none of them acted like he existed. "What is happening?" I didn't have an answer. The man didn't move, not even as people brushed past him. "Let's go," I said. We walked fast toward Adventureland, not looking back. I didn't want to see if he followed us. But as we crossed into the busier area near the tiki room, I felt a prickling on the back of my neck. That instinctive feeling of being watched. A cast member walked past us, smiling brightly, but I grabbed her arm before she could go. "Hey, sorry, do you know if there's supposed to be an actor standing near New Orleans Square? Tall guy, red vest, kind of. Still?" Her smile didn't fade, but something behind her eyes changed. "Sir, all cast members move positions frequently. Is there a problem?" He was it looked like he was just standing there, not moving at all. She maintained the same cheerful expression, but her voice dropped half an octave. "If you see a cast member who appears unresponsive, please inform management immediately." "We're informing you," I said. She shook her head slightly. "I mean management." "Where?" Emma asked. The woman pointed toward a building near Main Street. "Ask for a coordinator at Guest Relations." She walked away without another word. Emma looked at me. "Let's go." But we never made it. Because on our way toward Main Street, cutting through Frontierland, we saw him again, standing in the middle of the walkway, head down, arms hanging. Not a single person acknowledged him. We stopped walking. I felt Emma's hand trembling. "He's following us," she whispered. I grabbed her hand and moved us in the opposite direction, pushing through crowds, weaving between families, ignoring annoyed stares. We didn't stop until we reached a quieter area behind Fantasyland. We leaned against a wall, catching our breath. "I want to leave," Emma said. "Right now." "Yeah," I agreed. "Let's go." But as soon as we turned the corner toward the park exit, I froze. He was standing about 20 feet ahead. Same pose, same silent stillness, except this time his head wasn't lowered. He was looking right at us. His eyes were unnaturally wide, like the lids were pulled back too far. His expression was blank, but his mouth twitched like he was trying to smile and failing. I stepped in front of Emma. "What do you want?" I yelled. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't breathe, at least not visibly. I took a step forward, adrenaline overriding fear. Hey! That's when his head snapped to the side. Not turned. Snapped. A quick, sharp, unnatural movement. Then he stepped backward, disappearing behind a building corner. I ran forward, rounded the corner. No one. He was gone. Vanished into a crowd that wasn't there. Emma broke down crying. I held her, but even my own hands were shaking. We left through the exit immediately, walking fast through the esplanade to our hotel. Every shadow felt wrong. Every shape in the distance made me flinch. We slept with the lights on. Monday morning, we packed and left for the airport without returning to the park. I didn't care about the wasted tickets. Neither did Emma. Months passed. Then something strange happened again. I was at home, half asleep on the couch, scrolling through photos from the trip. I opened one Emma had taken near the rivers of America on our first night. In the far background, slightly out of focus, stood a cast member. White shirt, red vest, head down. Facing us. I checked other photos, not everyone, but several, and in all of them he was in the distance. Always still, always watching. I didn't tell Emma. She'd been going to therapy after the trip, dealing with anxiety and panic attacks. I didn't want to drag her back into this, but 2 weeks later Emma called me from her apartment, crying uncontrollably. He was outside my window, she whispered. I think he was inside the building. I drove there immediately. We searched, called the cops, everything. No sign of forced entry, no footprints, no witnesses. But she wasn't lying. I believe her. Because last night, when I was closing my blinds, I saw someone standing on the sidewalk across from my house, a white shirt, a red vest, head down, as still as ever. And when I blinked, he was gone. Story the end. The sun was dropping behind the trees when I walked through the gates of Disneyland for the first time in almost 15 years. I'd been there as a kid with my parents, back when everything felt bigger, brighter, impossible to fear. But nostalgia can blot out a lot of darker details, and the older I got, the more I realized how many rumors floated around about the park. Missing persons, after-hours activity, employees no one could quite identify later. All the stuff you chalk up to urban legends, the things bored teenagers swap online. I never believed any of it. Not until last summer. I was in Anaheim for a conference and figured maybe I could squeeze in a couple of hours before the park closed. I didn't bother planning my route or choosing my must-ride attractions. I wasn't there for the fireworks or churros or childhood memories. I just want to look around, revisit a place that had meant something to me once. At first, everything was normal. Crowds thick, kids screaming, music blaring from hidden speakers, the smell of popcorn and sunscreen. I drifted toward Adventureland, mostly following muscle memory. That was where my dad had always taken me first. I must have wandered longer than I meant to, because the next thing I realized, people were thinning out. I checked the time. The park was closing in 20 minutes. I wasn't ready to leave yet. I cut through a path behind the Jungle Cruise that I vaguely remembered from childhood, a narrow walkway bordered by dense vegetation. It felt quieter, cooler. A few lamps glowed along the path, but the light barely cut through the foliage. The speakers here were softer too, almost too soft. I stopped. I could swear I heard something humming under the music. A mechanical sound. Low, rhythmic. I told myself it was nothing. Some pump for the water ride. Air conditioning units. Anything mundane. The path opened into a small clearing beside a maintenance gate. A metal sign read, "Cast members only." I was about to turn around when someone stepped out from behind the hedges. A tall man in an old-fashioned skipper uniform, the kind the Jungle Cruise guides wore decades ago, but faded, stretched at the seams, a style I'd never seen in person. "Park's closing," he said. His voice came out flat, almost automated. "Sorry," I said. "I got turned around. Which way back to Adventureland?" He lifted one arm slowly and pointed down the path I'd just come from, but something about the gesture was odd, like his elbow didn't bend quite right. "Well, thanks," I said, brushing past him. I'd taken maybe 5 steps before curiosity pulled me into a backward glance. The man was gone. Not walking away, not stepping through the maintenance gate. Gone. My skin prickled. I forced a laugh under my breath. Maybe he'd ducked behind the bushes again. Maybe he'd been a real cast member in a retro outfit for some event. I pushed the weird encounter out of my mind. If I let myself dwell on it, I'd just spook myself further. As I made my way back toward the main path, I realized the music around me had faded entirely. The lamps seemed dimmer, too. A soft announcement echoed through the trees, the kind they played at closing time, but the words were distorted, like the speaker was underwater. Then I noticed something else. No people. I hadn't seen a single guest in at least 10 minutes. I hurried out of the path and onto the nearest open walkway. This should have emptied into a busy junction. But it didn't. Shops were shuttered. Benches were empty. The lights of the attractions flickered like they were running on half power. Even the castle in the distance seemed darker than I remembered. I walked faster, passing the tiki room entrance. A recorded parrot should have been chirping overhead, but all I heard was static. The whole park felt abandoned. I finally spotted movement across the courtyard, a janitor pushing a cart. Relief flooded through me. I jogged toward him. Hey, sorry, can you tell me the fastest way out? I think I got stuck after closing. The janitor didn't turn, didn't even slow. I came up beside him, about to tap his shoulder, when I froze. He wasn't pushing the cart. His hands weren't on it at all. His arms hung stiff at his sides while the cart rolled ahead of him on its own, like he was tethered to it but not guiding it. His face was blank. Not neutral, blank as if the features were too smooth, the expression too empty. My breath caught. I stepped back. The janitor walked straight past me like I wasn't there, the cart rolling at a perfect, steady pace. I didn't follow him. I ran the other way. I didn't care where I ended up. I just needed to see another person who looked real. When I reached Main Street, I nearly collapsed with relief. Lights glowed from the shops, warm and inviting. Music drifted from the speakers. A crowd moved along the walkway. But the moment I stepped toward them, something felt wrong again. No one was talking. Hundreds of people gliding down the street, silent as ghosts. Some looked up at the buildings, others stared ahead. But not a single conversation, not a single laugh, not even footsteps. Just silence and music. I tried to catch someone's eye. A woman in a red mini sweatshirt, a dad carrying a toddler, a teenager with light-up ears. None of them reacted. Their movements were perfectly smooth, synchronized almost, like animatronics imitating humanity. I backed away until I hit the side of a lamppost. Then the music cut out. The silence that replaced it wasn't normal silence. It was heavy, pressurized, like the air thickened, flattening sound before it formed. One by one, the figures on Main Street stopped walking. Then they all turned toward me at once, 100 heads swiveling in perfect unison. I ran. I sprinted past the Emporium, past the bakery, past the empty turnstiles. The exit was ahead, 300 feet. 200. 100. My lungs burned, my legs shook, but I didn't stop. When I reached the gates, I grabbed the metal bars and rattled them hard. Locked, I spun around, expecting the crowd to be behind me. They weren't. Main Street was empty again, completely empty. My pulse hammered in my ears. I backed away from the gates. Maybe there was another exit. Maybe security was still around. Maybe a faint whirring sound drifted from behind the ticket booths. Mechanical, rhythmic. I followed it, barely breathing. Behind one of the booths, a door stood slightly ajar. Warm yellow light spilled onto the pavement. I stepped closer, pushed the door open, and found myself in a narrow stairwell leading downward. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. At the bottom, I could hear voices, actual voices, human, talking, normal. I didn't hesitate. I ran down the stairs. The hallway at the bottom looked like a maintenance corridor. Plain walls, pipes overhead, signs pointing to staff access and utilidor entry. Voices echoed from deeper inside. I followed them, hope building with each step. I turned a corner and stopped dead. A group of cast members stood in a circle. Their uniforms were crisp, modern, clean. They looked real in the way the others hadn't. Alive. But their faces were tense. Pale. Pale. One of them jerked in surprise when he noticed me. "What are you doing down here? You're not supposed to. Did you come from above?" "Yes." I couldn't get out. "Everyone, something's wrong up there." The cast members exchanged looks, uneasy ones. One of them, a woman with short blonde hair, stepped forward. "How long were you up there after closing?" "I don't know. Maybe 20 minutes. Her face tightened. "Then you need to come with us. Now." I followed them into a room filled with old monitors, grainy security feeds, some showing empty rides, others showing dimly lit walkways. The cast members gathered around one screen in particular. The feed showed Main Street, except it wasn't empty. The silent figures were back, standing in rows, perfectly spaced. like they were waiting for something. "Those aren't guests," the blonde woman said quietly. "They never were." My mouth went dry. "What are they?" She shook her head. "No one really knows. They've been part of the park since long before any of us worked here. Sometimes they appear in areas when the park gets too quiet, too empty. They're attracted to silence, we think, or maybe the absence of people. We try to clear areas before they form, but they told us they were projections," another cast member muttered, "or crowd simulations. But projections don't show up on motion sensors. They don't interact with anything," someone else added, "except when someone is alone." My stomach dropped. So why did they look at me? All eyes in the room shifted toward me. The blonde woman sighed. "Because you stayed up there too long after closing, and because you were alone." She pointed to another monitor showing the front gates. The silent figures were now gathered at the entrance, right where I had been. "We have to get you out through the staff tunnels," she said. "You can't go back up." As they hurried me through the corridors, the lights flickered. A loud pop echoed from somewhere overhead. "What was that?" I asked. The blonde woman didn't slow. "They're trying to follow you. Sometimes they find the entrances. We need to move faster." We turned another corner. The hallway stretched long and empty, too empty. Halfway down, a figure stood facing the wall, stiff, unmoving. The cast members froze. "That wasn't here a minute ago," someone whispered. The blonde woman grabbed my arm. "Don't look at it. Don't engage. Keep walking." I kept my head down, eyes on the floor, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't know if the figure shifted or turned as we passed, but I felt its presence follow us like a cold shadow. We finally reached a security exit that opened into a parking lot behind the park. The blonde woman shoved a keycard at me. "Swipe this. It'll open the pedestrian gate. Don't stop. Don't turn around. Don't come back here after dark." I didn't argue. I ran. The moment I reached my car, I locked the doors and peeled out of the lot. Only once I was on the highway did I look in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing near the exit gate. Then it was gone. I haven't been back to Disneyland since, and I don't think I ever will. But every so often, just past midnight, I hear that same mechanical humming in my hallway. Low, rhythmic, like something old is still trying to follow the silence I carry with me. Story the end. The first time I told anyone what happened at Disneyland, they laughed like I was pitching some homemade creepy pasta. People hear Disneyland horror story and imagine silly haunted ride rumors or employees whispering about ghosts near the Pirates of the Caribbean drop. What happened to me wasn't that. It wasn't a ghost story. It was something wrong, something alive, something that should never have been under that park. I was 26 then, living in Orange, California, working a job I hated and taking my 8-year-old niece, June, to Disneyland because her birthday landed on a weekend. I'd been a dozen times over the years, but that day the air in the park felt different. Still cheerful, still noisy with kids, music, and the smell of popcorn, but with something else underneath. Something I didn't have a name for yet. June wanted to ride everything, even the ones she'd been scared of the last time. By late afternoon, we'd already done Space Mountain twice, Jungle Cruise, Pirates, and the Matterhorn. By then, my legs felt like rubber, and I wanted to sit down somewhere cool. June tugged my hand and pointed at the entrance to It's a Small World. I groaned a little. "You really want this one? You know the song sticks in your head forever." She giggled. "I like the dolls. They look happy." They always looked unnervingly happy to me. But it was her birthday, so we got in line. The wait wasn't long, maybe 15 minutes. As we reached the loading area, something flickered in the corner of my eye, like a light shorting out. I turned to look at the upper wall where the sets usually rotated displays for the holidays. A maintenance door stood open a crack. A man in white overalls stood inside. Or at least I thought it was a man. He was too tall. His hat was pulled down low, and the skin on his hands was too pale, almost translucent, with veins like blue marker lines. I blinked and looked again. The door was still cracked, but he wasn't there anymore. A cast member directed us into the next empty boat. We slid in, and June clapped her hands as we drifted into the darkness. The first room lit up in a burst of pastel colors, spinning flowers and smiling animatronic children. The familiar song chimed out in its looping melody. June hummed along. I watched the dolls sway in choreographed patterns, but something about their movements seemed slower, a half second off from the music, like lag in a video. The boat drifted forward, and I noticed something else. The air was cold, way colder than I remembered. I rubbed my arms. They keep it freezing in here now? June didn't answer. She was leaning forward, staring at a group of dolls in Dutch clothing. Their eyes looked wetter than normal, glassy with some reflective shine. One of them seemed to have a tiny drip running down its cheek. Was that water? Then the music stuttered. It didn't fully stop, just hiccuped, like the track skipped. The doll's movements jerked with the glitch, froze for a heartbeat, then resumed, but not in perfect sync. Some swayed out of turn, rocking too far, like joints straining against their internal rods. I muttered to myself, okay, Disney maintenance is slipping. We entered the next scene. This was where things went wrong. The lights were dimmer than they should have been. The music volume dipped until it sounded far away. The boat slowed so much I thought it might stop entirely. The room's colors looked washed out, as if every bulb was running at half power. The dolls' faces gleamed oddly, like their paint hadn't dried. Then I heard it. A shuffle. Not part of the ride. Not near us. Above us. Someone or something was moving along the catwalk that maintenance crews used. At first I told myself it was a worker fixing the lights, but then the sound changed. A dragging scrape. A wet thump. A long inhale like someone breathing through water. June grabbed my arm. Uncle Mark? Probably just maintenance, I whispered. Don't worry. But I didn't believe it. As we drifted deeper into the room, the shuffling stopped. Everything went silent except the faint, distorted loop of the song. Then a sharp clank echoed from the dark upper corner. June whimpered, I saw something. Before I could ask what, the boat jerked forward abruptly and collided with something in the water. I looked down. A doll floated face down beside the boat. It wasn't supposed to be there. The animatronics were bolted to the floor. This doll had torn free somehow, its neck joint ripped open, exposing wires like veins. The face was painted in the classic wide-eyed smile, but one eye had fallen inside the head, leaving a black hollow spot. Oh God, I muttered. Then another doll bobbed past. This one's arm had been torn clean off, wires frayed and dangling like seaweed. Its mouth hung open wider than intended, too wide, split at the sides. The boat drifted forward, pushing past several more detached dolls floating in clusters. Some were missing limbs. Some had cracked heads leaking stuffing. Others stared upward with malfunctioning eyes that clicked they tried to move. June covered her mouth, trembling. I yelled toward the ceiling catwalk, Hey, someone help! The ride broke! No answer, only another long, wet inhale from the dark. The next sound was metal groaning, like a panel bending under weight. Then something dropped into the water behind us with a splash. June screamed. I twisted around, but the light in the room was too dim. The water rippled violently, the surface breaking in thick waves. Something big was beneath it, big enough to rock the boat. Uncle Mark. June's voice trembled. Something's in the water. I held her close. The boat drifted toward a narrow passage between scenes. The lights flickered, then completely died for 3 seconds. When they blinked back on, the dolls nearest us had changed positions. One had turned to face our boat directly. Its painted smile had cracked, exposing a darker layer beneath. Another had leaned so far forward that its forehead nearly touched the water. Something moved behind them, tall, white, and wrong. Like the maintenance worker I saw before, but its limbs were bending in the wrong places. It ducked behind the scenery as soon as my eyes locked on it, too fast for its size. The music warped again, slowing until the song sounded like a chorus of children underwater, singing through thick syrup. The boat scraped along the rail, then jerked hard left and slammed against the wall. That was when the thing grabbed the boat. A pale hand too large, with fingers too long, clamped onto the side. June screamed and clung to me. I grabbed the edge of the seat and kicked at the hand, but it was cold and rubbery, like grabbing uncooked meat. It released suddenly, and the boat shot forward again as if shoved. We drifted into the next room, where the lighting was brighter. The sudden brightness made the scene even more unsettling. Dozens of dolls stood perfectly still, their motions frozen mid-dance. Only their eyes moved, flicking back and forth rapidly, malfunctioning or watching us. A cast member stood in the far corner near an emergency door. Relief flooded me. I shouted, Hey, we need help! "Something's wrong with the ride." But the cast member didn't move. He just stood there, facing us, blank-faced. His uniform looked wrong, outdated, like from the 90s. His skin was pale, hair plastered flat as if wet. The boat drifted closer, and I realized his feet weren't planted on the floor. He was standing knee-deep in the water, completely still. "Sir?" I tried again. His head turned slowly, unnaturally slow. His mouth opened, and water poured out of it. Not dripped, poured, like his lungs were full of it. I covered June's eyes. The cast member lifted one trembling hand and pointed behind us. I turned. The pale figure from before crawled along the top of the boat, half submerged in the darkness, tall enough that its back brushed the ceiling props. Its face was smooth, too smooth, like molded plastic. No eyes, no mouth, just stretched skin. It dropped into the water, and the whole channel shook. Dolls began to twitch. Their heads jerked side to side, their mechanical voices glitching, overlapping with the broken music until it became a warped chorus. Small, small world, after all. The water level started rising, fast. It reached the edges of the boat within seconds, sloshing inside. The boat snagged on something beneath the surface and stopped dead. June screamed, "We're gonna drown!" I looked around desperately and spotted the emergency walkway on the right. It was only a few feet away. "Hold on to me," I said, wrapping my arms around her. The water surged higher. Then, behind us, the creature surged upward, its featureless head breaking the surface. Its body was wrong, boneless in shape, bending like a fabric sack filled with something alive. Its hands slapped onto the edge of the boat. I didn't think. I grabbed June, lifted her, and leapt toward the walkway. My foot slammed onto the metal, almost slipping, but we made it. I pulled her up and ran, water spraying off our shoes. Behind us, the boat bucked violently as the creature thrashed inside it. We sprinted along the walkway, passing frozen dolls that began to twitch to life as we ran by, as if sensing us. The emergency door at the end of the path glowed red. I slammed into it. It didn't budge. I hit it again. Nothing. Then, from the tiny window at the top, I saw something moving on the other side. A real cast member this time. He yanked the door open and pulled us through. We tumbled onto a concrete hallway. Alarms blared overhead. "What were you doing on the walkway?" he demanded. "You can't be back there." "There's something in the ride," I yelled. "Something attacked the boat." He stared at me like I was insane, until the thing slammed into the other side of the emergency door. The entire frame shuddered. Water seeped through the bottom. The cast member's face went white. "We need to go. Now." He led us down the maintenance hall through 2 locked gates and into a backstage lot where security vehicles were already pulling up. Radios crackled with frantic chatter. One guard pulled me aside, asking me what I saw. When I tried to explain, his expression hardened. He stopped me halfway, nodded slowly, and said, "We'll handle it." That was all. They escorted us out a back exit and gave us meal vouchers for another visit, as if that would fix anything. I didn't sleep for days. 3 weeks later, I checked the news expecting something, some explanation. Nothing. Not one article. Not even a blurb about the ride being temporarily closed. I returned months later alone. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted confirmation I wasn't crazy. The ride looked normal. The song played. The dolls danced. But near the exit, I saw a cast member in white overalls watching the boats drift past. He was too tall, his hat pulled too low, his skin too pale. When I blinked, he was gone. I will never go back again. Story the end. I visited Disneyland for the first time when I was 31, long past the age when most people feel that childhood rush of magic. I went because my girlfriend at the time loved the place. She'd been something like 15 times, and she insisted I had to experience it the right way. She booked the trip, got us a room at one of the Disney hotels, and planned everything down to the hour. I'd heard the jokes about Disneyland being creepy after dark, the odd stories people share about things moving on their own or rides breaking down at weird moments, but I never paid any of that real attention. I definitely didn't think I would ever experience something that would feel real enough to still keep me up at night. I didn't tell many people this story afterward, and when I did, I usually laughed my way through it. But I wasn't laughing at the time. I was barely breathing. We arrived early, before the gates even opened, and it was the usual chaos. Kids crying, adults in Mickey ears trying to keep track of strollers and backpacks, the ambient hum of thousands of people buzzing with anticipation. There was nothing strange about the morning, nothing ominous, no subtle warning. It was just a regular warm California day. But the first odd thing happened around noon. We were near the older part of the park, close to the area where Mr. Lincoln's exhibit is. My girlfriend wanted to see it again. I didn't care much for animatronics, but the building had air conditioning and my feet hurt, so I followed her inside. A group had just gone in, so we got stuck waiting for the next show cycle. She was tapping her foot in mild annoyance when I noticed a cast member standing near the far wall. He looked wrong, somehow. That's the simplest way I can describe it. He was wearing the standard costume, vest, name badge, neat hair, but the vest looked off color, like it had been washed too many times. His name tag said Martin, but the plastic looked aged in a way none of the other cast members' badges ever did. And he was just staring at the theater doors, not greeting anyone, not smiling, not moving, just staring. I nudged my girlfriend and whispered, "That guy okay?" She barely glanced, probably just tired. But something about him made my skin itch. I kept watching him until the doors opened and people emerged from the previous show. The lights changed, the cast member by the podium waved everyone inside, and Martin finally moved. He turned his head toward us, slow and unnatural, like he was moving through thick water. And then he smiled. I don't know why that smile unsettled me, but it did. It stretched too wide across his face, in a way that didn't fit the friendly Disney tone. I felt pressure settle in my chest, and for a second I genuinely considered skipping the show entirely. My girlfriend tugged my arm. "Come on, we're going in." I followed her inside. The theater filled. The typical announcement played. And before the show began, I glanced back toward the doors. Martin was still standing outside, staring into the theater. At me. The lights dimmed. I tried to shake it off. Nothing weird happened during the show, but when we exited into the daylight, he was gone. I told myself it wasn't a big deal, just a weird cast member. Every workplace has one, except that wasn't the end. The second strange incident didn't happen until evening, after the crowds thickened and the sun dipped behind the buildings. My girlfriend dragged me onto ride after ride until we eventually circled back toward Main Street to grab a snack. I remember buying a churro, and the street was this warm blur of marching band music and glowing lights. Then something flickered at the corner of my vision. I looked across the street, and there he was again. Martin, standing perfectly still outside a store entrance, facing the crowds but not interacting with anyone. No one seemed to even notice him. They brushed past him without looking up, like he wasn't there at all. He looked just as he had earlier. Uniform slightly faded, posture too rigid, expression slack. But the second he saw me looking at him, that same too-wide smile slid across his face. I froze. My girlfriend looked at me strangely. "What's wrong?" I pointed. "That guy, do you see him?" She looked. The spot was empty. "There's no one there," she said. "I swear he was just..." She waved it off. "You're tired. Let's go sit down." I didn't argue, but as she walked ahead of me, I turned back again, and there he stood, closer this time, only about 10 feet away, eyes wide, smile stretching. His chest didn't rise or fall in any recognizable breath pattern. He just stared. I didn't blink, didn't look away. I wanted proof that he was really there. Then someone walked right through him. Not into him. Not around him. Through him. Like he wasn't solid. Like he wasn't really there. The hairs on my arms lifted. My stomach flipped. My girlfriend called my name, and when I looked back at her and then back to the spot, he was gone. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. Not then. I didn't want her to think I was losing it. But the main incident, the part that still wakes me up at night, happened after the fireworks. Crowds were migrating toward the exits, and we were walking with them. My girlfriend wanted to stop and buy souvenirs on the way out, so we ducked into one of the big shops lining Main Street. She beelined toward the plushies, and I stayed near the front entrance to get some space. The store was packed, but somehow I felt completely alone. Then I smelled something strange. Not bad, not good, just out of place, like old carpet that had been wet for a long time. Damp fabric, mold that hadn't fully grown but was starting to. I wrinkled my nose and turned. Martin stood 3 feet behind me. I swear my heart stopped for a full second. Up close, he looked even worse. His vest was threadbare. His skin looked too smooth, like plastic strained too thin over an animatronic frame. and his name badge had a small crack through the middle I hadn't noticed earlier. He didn't blink. He didn't breathe. He just stared at me like he'd been waiting. I backed up until I hit the wall of merchandise behind me. People kept passing, chatting, carrying bags, but nobody reacted to him standing there. I whispered, "What do you want?" He tilted his head slowly to the left, the movement jolting halfway like an old machine catching on rust. My legs trembled. He leaned toward me, close enough that I could smell the damp fabric odor even stronger, and his mouth moved. Not open, just moved, like he was trying to form a word but his jaw was malfunctioning. His voice came out in a glitching whisper that barely sounded human. Lost. My throat dried instantly. He took another jerky step closer. Stay with us. That's when I shoved past him. Or I tried to. My hands went right through him. The cold that hit my palms was like dipping them into ice water mixed with static electricity. My vision blurred for a moment. My ears rang. And when I stumbled forward, gasping, he flickered like a broken projection trying to stay stable. I sprinted toward my girlfriend. She was holding a Minnie Mouse plush and laughing about something a kid nearby had said. I grabbed her arm so hard she yelped. "We need to go. Now." She stared at me, eyes wide. "What? Why?" "Please, I'm not joking." She didn't argue after seeing my face. We left the store. I kept looking over my shoulder, but I didn't see him again until we reached the main exit gates. The crowd was thick, everyone shuffling toward buses and trams, the night air buzzing. I started to think maybe the stress and exhaustion had made me hallucinate. Maybe I really was tired. Then, right as we stepped through the gate onto the esplanade, all the music cut out. Not for everyone. Just for me. The crowd kept moving normally, but everything around me muted, like someone pressed the wrong button on a soundboard. The lights dimmed, not for the entire area, but specifically in my field of vision. And from the far side of the esplanade, framed between two lampposts, I saw Martin. Only this time he didn't look like he belonged anywhere near a living human being. His skin flickered. Parts of him were translucent. His eyes were flat white like blank bulbs. His jaw hung at an unnatural angle, and the crack in his name tag glowed faintly like a broken piece of something powered up from the inside. He lifted one hand, palm facing me, and then his voice slid into my head like a whisper spoken right behind my ear. "Don't leave." The world snapped back into sound. Music, footsteps, carts rolling, people talking, my girlfriend calling my name in panic. The figure vanished like a light turning off. I collapsed to my knees, shaking. I refused to go back the next day. My girlfriend argued, said it must have been dehydration or heat exhaustion, but she let it go when she realized how terrified I truly was. 3 months later, after we broke up and she returned to Disneyland with her sister, she texted me a photo. A cast member. Same area near Mr. Lincoln's attraction. Same uniform style. Same faded vest. Same name tag. "Martin," she wrote, "saw this dude and freaked out for a second, but he's definitely not the same guy you saw." I zoomed in. Different face, different body, different smile, but the name badge, it had the exact same crack through the middle, and behind him, reflected in the glass of the store window, there was something else. Something the camera must not have been intending to capture. A faint shape, a figure standing too still, white eyes, wrong smile, just watching. I don't go to theme parks anymore, and when people talk about Disneyland being the happiest place on earth, I'm polite enough not to correct them. I don't tell them the truth. I don't tell them that some things never leave the park. Some things never stop watching. Some things are always waiting for someone new to notice them. And if you ever visit and see a cast member whose vest looks a little too faded, whose smile stretches just a little too wide, don't look too long. Don't let him notice you. Story the end. The first time I visited Disneyland as an adult, I wasn't chasing nostalgia or magic. I was chasing normalcy. My younger sister Marie had been begging me for years to go again, insisting the place still held something special. I finally caved during a week when work was slow and life felt heavier than usual. A day surrounded by happy families and sugary snacks didn't sound like the worst way to reset. At least that's what I thought when we pulled into the parking structure on a warm California evening. It was early October, the time of year when the park starts leaning into Halloween without fully committing yet. Pumpkins lined Main Street, orange bunting hung from balconies, and costumed performers drifted through crowds with perfect Disney smiles. Everything looked carefully curated, polished, harmless. Marie was vibrating with excitement, practically yanking me forward by my wrist as we passed through the entrance tunnels and the familiar floral Mickey came into view. The music, the crowds, the smell of popcorn, it all felt the same as when we were kids. "You're going to love this," she kept saying. "It's even better. It's even better at night." I didn't believe her, but I played along. We had dinner at one of the cafes and watched the sun melt behind the rooftops of Main Street. As the sky darkened, the park lit up with that warm glow that makes everything feel like you're standing inside a movie. It wasn't until the crowds started thickening for the nighttime parade that Marie turned to me with a conspiratorial grin. "Let's go on a ride while everyone's busy," she said. "Shorter lines." She tugged me toward the left side of the park, weaving through families and strollers. I expected her to drag me to Haunted Mansion, which she'd always loved. Instead, she headed toward an attraction I hadn't thought about in years, one of the oldest rides in the park. "Really?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "This one?" She nodded eagerly. "Trust me, I heard they changed some stuff, made it creepier for Halloween." I didn't remember hearing anything about that, but I assumed she'd read something online. She was always keeping up with theme park rumors. Still, something about the ride felt off, even from a distance. The facade lights looked dimmer than I remembered, casting longer shadows than made sense. And despite the heavy crowds elsewhere, the line was almost non-existent. "See?" she whispered. "Perfect." We walked straight into the queue, passing under an archway decorated in old-fashioned lettering and carved wood. A cast member stood near the entrance, dressed in a slightly outdated uniform that looked more like the style worn in the 80s than anything current. He barely glanced at us as we walked past him. No welcome spiel, no smile. Marie didn't seem to notice. She skipped ahead, humming the tune that played faintly through hidden speakers, something whimsical but a little distorted, like it was being played underwater. We boarded our vehicle without waiting at all. It was an old-fashioned ride car on a slow-moving track, the kind that gently jerks forward after you sit down. The lap bar came down automatically with a soft click. The cast member finally spoke then, leaning in just slightly. "Enjoy your journey," he said. Something about his tone made the hair on my arms rise. Too flat, too rehearsed, like he didn't believe a word of it. Marie nudged me. "Spooked already?" she teased. I forced a laugh. The ride started normally enough. Colorful scenes, animatronics moving in slow, slightly uncanny motions, music that faded in and out of clarity. But the further we went, the more it became obvious that something wasn't right. Half the lights flickered. A few animatronics twitched unnaturally or froze mid-motion. The music warped into dissonant strands that didn't match the cheery visuals. And some sections were almost completely dark, only illuminated by the occasional spark of a malfunctioning effect. "This place needs repairs," I muttered. Marie didn't answer. I turned toward her to make a joke, but she wasn't in the seat beside me. She had been there seconds ago. I was sure of it. My breath caught in my throat. "Marie?" Nothing. The ride car kept moving at its slow, steady pace. I twisted around in my seat, scanning the scenes behind us. The track was empty. No cast members, no guests, no one. I yelled her name louder this time, my voice echoing unnaturally against the painted set walls. Still nothing. I tried to push the lap bar up, but it was locked firmly in place. My pulse hammered in my ears. The car rolled into a new section, one I didn't remember ever seeing before. The decorations were gone, replaced by exposed drywall and dim overhead bulbs. It looked like a backstage area, unfinished, unthemed. My car slowed, then stopped. Ahead, the track disappeared into darkness. No music played, no voices, no sounds except the faint hum of old machinery. A door on the left wall opened quietly. At first, I thought it was another cast member, someone coming to help. But the figure that stepped out wasn't wearing a uniform. The clothes looked wrong, faded, outdated, too small for the tall, thin body they hung on. The silhouette moved in a jerky, unnatural rhythm, like its joints weren't working correctly. I pressed myself back into the seat. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. "My sister, she got out somehow. I don't know where she is. Can you help me?" The figure didn't answer. It just tilted its head slightly, as if studying me. Then it took a step closer. I heard the soft scrape of its shoes on the floor. Another step, and another. The lap bar held me in place. I couldn't move, couldn't escape. My heart pounded so violently I thought I might pass out. The figure leaned toward the ride vehicle, reaching out a long, pale hand. The car jolted forward suddenly, nearly throwing me sideways. The figure's hand grazed the air inches from my arm before it vanished behind a wall as the track curved sharply. The ride surged into motion again, faster than before. Too fast for this type of attraction. The scenes blurred as I sped past, lights strobing and music rising into a cacophony of distorted voices. I kept calling Marie's name until my throat ached. The ride didn't slow again until we reached the unloading platform. Except it wasn't the usual platform. The lights were dim, flickering in frantic bursts. No cast members waited with smiles. The air felt colder here, somehow stale. The lap bar lifted automatically. I stepped out with shaky legs, calling her name again, louder, panicked. My voice echoed strangely, like the building wasn't the shape it was supposed to be. A soft, scratching sound came from somewhere behind the painted walls, slow, rhythmic, like someone dragging their nails across wood. "Marie?" I whispered. Something answered, but it wasn't her. It was a voice, faint and broken, repeating the same phrase the cast member at the entrance had said. "Enjoy your journey." I backed away slowly, my entire body trembling. My mind felt detached, hovering somewhere above me, trying to make sense of something senseless. I turned and walked quickly toward the nearest emergency exit sign, glowing faintly at the end of the corridor. The door led me outside behind the attraction, into a quiet, dimly lit service alley I'd never seen before. I ran. I didn't look back. When I made it to a more populated area of the park, I grabbed the first cast member I saw, this one in a clean, modern uniform, and babbled out what had happened. He immediately called security. They took me behind closed doors, asked the same questions multiple times, doubted parts of my story, and told me there were cameras everywhere. They said nobody ever got out of a ride vehicle mid-operation. They said that particular attraction had closed hours earlier for maintenance. They said my sister was never scanned into the park. Her ticket, they claimed, wasn't activated. Her name didn't appear on the entrance list. And the cast member at the attraction entrance, the one I'd spoken to, hadn't existed in decades. The uniform I described wasn't used anymore. The name I gave from his badge belonged to someone who had died in the 1980s. Security searched the ride thoroughly. They found nothing. No evidence of malfunction, no figure in outdated clothing, no unfinished rooms or exposed walls, nothing resembling what I'd seen. They checked the cameras. They showed me boarding the ride alone. I refused to accept it. I begged them to search again, to look harder, to help me find her. They offered to escort me to their medical office instead. I left the park in a daze, dialing her phone again and again, each call going straight to voicemail. I reported her missing to the police, who assured me they would investigate. But days passed, then weeks, and every lead they found seemed to crumble into nothing. Her apartment remained untouched, her bank account inactive, her phone never pinged on another tower again. It was as if she'd been erased. My therapist calls it trauma-induced hallucination, insisting I'd imagined her presence to cope with stress. My parents, broken by the loss, cling to any explanation that doesn't include the truth I know in my bones. Marie was there with me. She stepped onto that ride, and something inside that attraction took her. I still hear scratching in my dreams. Slow, rhythmic, growing louder each time. And sometimes, just before I wake, I hear her voice whispering the same phrase the ride repeated to me in the dark. Enjoy your journey. Story. The end. I was 34 the summer I finally took my niece, Maddie, to Disneyland. I'd promised her for years, always putting it off because of work, money, or the fact that crowds make my skin crawl. But she'd just turned 10, and something about hitting that double-digit milestone made me realize how fast she was growing. I didn't want to be the uncle who kept saying next year until she stopped asking. We flew in from Phoenix, landing in the sticky brightness of July, and checked into a cheap motel a mile from the park. She barely slept. I barely slept. And by 7 a.m. the next morning, we were walking toward the main gates with thousands of other families. Nothing seemed strange at first. Disneyland does that thing where everything looks impossibly clean and cheerful. Paint too bright, music too gentle, employees so unnervingly polite they feel rehearsed. But you expect that. It's part of the magic. What I didn't expect was how quickly the magic would slip. It started around late afternoon, after a full day of rides and parades. The sun hung low and orange, and Maddie asked if we could go on in time. It's a small world. I'd avoided it all day. Something about its mechanical cheeriness has always unsettled me. But she was already skipping toward the line, humming the song. I followed, telling myself it was just another ride. The posted wait time said 20 minutes. It stretched to almost 45. The ride had been briefly paused for operational adjustments, according to a cast member who repeated the line with a smile too wide, almost frozen in place. Maddie didn't mind. I did. Something about the way he said it felt wrong, like a script, not an explanation. When we finally boarded the boat, Maddie leaned over the edge, pointing at the glittering water and the bright, toy-like sets ahead. I tried to relax, but the moment we floated into the first room, I felt the same familiar disorientation. Too much color, too much movement, too much sound. Except the sound was the thing that was off. The song was slower. Not enough for a child to notice, but enough for someone who'd ridden it as a kid in the early 90s. A dragging, syrupy tempo. And underneath it, I thought I heard something else. Tiny mechanical clicks, like gears catching, and faint voices that weren't part of the track. Halfway through the ride, the boat jerked. Not enough to scare the kids on board, but enough to make the parents sit up straighter. The dolls in the Pacific Island section kept moving, but some of them were delayed, their heads turning 2 seconds after their bodies, eyes blinking out of sync. One doll, the one beating a drum, kept missing the drum, its plastic arms tapping the empty air beside it. Then the ride stopped completely. The music kept going, slow and warped. The boat rocked softly in place. The humming of hidden machinery faded, replaced by something else, a long, hollow whirring like something revolving deep below the building. And then all the dolls froze. All at once. Every head, every limb, every blinking eyelid. The silence that followed wasn't total. The track kept playing, but the mechanical movement had stopped so abruptly that the sudden stillness felt like pressure on my eardrums. A voice came over the speakers, but it wasn't the cheerful female voice that announces safety instructions. It was a male voice, flat and distant, saying something too quietly to understand. The speaker crackled, cut out, and for several seconds the only sound was the slow, distorted loop of the song. Maddie grabbed my arm. "Uncle Mark, are they supposed to do that?" "No," I said before I could stop myself. Something shifted in the dark part of the room. Not a doll, something bigger. There was an emergency door toward the back of the set, disguised as part of the scenery. It creaked slightly, just enough for me to see movement behind it. A shadow. A shape. Then the lights went out. Someone on the boat screamed. A short, sharp sound. Maddie squeezed my hand so tight her fingernails dug into my skin. For a moment, the darkness pressed around us like a physical weight. Then dim, red emergency lights flickered on. They weren't bright enough to illuminate the room, only enough to make everything look wrong. Dolls' faces cast in bloody tones, shadows stretching unnaturally long across the walls. The announcement voice finally returned, clearer this time, but trembling. "Please remain seated. A cast member will assist you shortly." Except no one came. The boat began drifting again, but not forward. It drifted sideways toward the wall, scraping lightly against the track. The water churned strangely, like something beneath the surface was shifting. I leaned forward and saw it, a slight suction in the water, as if something under the boat was pulling. Not strong enough to be dangerous. Just unnatural. The boat snapped back onto the track suddenly, jolting everyone. The dolls flickered back to life, but now their movements were even more erratic. Jerking, twitching, spinning too fast or not at all. Some made grinding noises, like their motors were stripping. One doll's head rotated a full circle before snapping backward with an audible crack. Maddie whimpered. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders. The music cut out abruptly, then restarted, but not the same song. This one was a warped, slowed recording of children singing, real children, not the bright, polished track Disneyland uses. You could hear breaths, giggles, uneven pitch, and under it a faint rhythmic thumping, irregular but heavy, like footsteps on hollow wood. A cast member finally appeared at the exit, at least I thought it was. The person wore the right costume, but their movements were off. They waved stiffly, gesturing for the boats to come forward, but the motion was too wide, too jerky. When our boat reached the unloading point, the person stepped closer, and the red emergency lighting caught their face. Their smile was too wide. Not malformed, just stretched unnaturally, as if they were forcing it. Their eyes didn't blink. Not once. "Exit to your left," they said, voice too calm, too steady. "Enjoy the rest of your evening." I ushered Maddie out, my heart pounding. As we walked away, I glanced back just in time to see the cast member's head tilt sharply to the side like a curious bird. Then they stepped backward into the shadows, disappearing behind a black curtain that didn't seem like part of the attraction. Once outside, the bright California sun felt unreal after the suffocating red glow of the ride. Maddie wouldn't let go of my hand. She didn't cry, but she kept looking over her shoulder. We tried to continue the day. Jungle Cruise, pirates, Space Mountain, but something was off in the park. Things I wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't already on edge. Characters moving a little too stiffly. Music tracks glitching for a second before correcting. Cast members looking just past you instead of at you. At 8 p.m., we were sitting by the rivers of America waiting for the fireworks when Maddie leaned close and whispered, "They're watching us." I almost laughed, but something in her voice stopped me. I followed her gaze. Across the water, near the edge of the Tom Sawyer Island dock, stood the same cast member from the ride. Same costume, same too-wide smile, staring directly at us. Even from 50 yards away, I felt pinned by their gaze. When I blinked, they were gone. We left the park early. I told myself I was being paranoid, that maybe the ride malfunctioned and the cast member had some medical condition that made their expressions unusual. That night, I woke up in the motel to a soft, whirring sound, like small gears turning. At first, I thought it was the AC unit, but the air was still. The sound came from the corner of the room. I sat up slowly. Something small and white stood near the wall, something about the size of a child's doll. Its head turned toward me with a tiny mechanical click. In the faint light, I could see painted eyes, a painted smile. I blinked, heart hammering. The figure was gone. The next morning, Maddie asked if we could go home early. She didn't want to go back to the park. She didn't even want souvenirs. On the drive to the airport, she said quietly, "Someone knocked on the door last night, and they whispered my name." I asked why she didn't wake me. She said, "Because I thought it was you until I heard you snoring." I didn't sleep on the flight home. 3 days later, a package arrived at my apartment with no return address. Inside was a Small World doll, the same one with the drum, or at least an exact replica. Its plastic hands were slightly misaligned, like it had been tapping the wrong spot. No note. No packing slip. That night, I threw it in the dumpster. The next morning, it was sitting on my kitchen table. I swear I locked the door. I swear I didn't bring it inside. Its head was turned toward my bedroom. Its smile looked wider. I got rid of it again, this time driving it 50 miles out to an isolated rest stop and leaving it in a trash can. I watched a maintenance worker empty that can an hour later. I saw the doll hit the bottom of the truck with my own eyes. That night, the whirring sound returned. It came from under my bed. I moved apartments after that. Different city, different job. Maddie still won't talk about Disneyland. She won't even watch Disney movies. Sometimes late at night, I hear faint singing coming from the hallway outside my new place. Children's voices, off-key, slow. And sometimes when I'm half asleep, I hear tiny footsteps, light, hollow, mechanical. I tell myself it's nothing, just anxiety, just leftover nerves. But last week, I found small wet footprints on my kitchen tile. Child-sized, bare, and perfectly in time with that soft, uneven thumping sound I remember from the ride. I don't know what I brought back from that place. I don't know if it's $1 or many. I don't know if it followed me or if it never left me. All I know is that at night, sometimes I wake up with the feeling that something is standing beside my bed, small, smiling, waiting. And every time I look, the room is empty. But the song, that slow, syrupy chorus, is still stuck in my head, playing a loop I can't turn off. Story the end. It was a late October evening when my friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to Disneyland. None of us had planned on staying late, but the park had that irresistible glow at night. The way Main Street lights reflected off the wet pavement, the scent of churros and caramel apples thick in the cool air. We were 3 friends in our early 20s, all of us adrenaline junkies who loved urban legends and scary stories, so it seemed perfect. The air was crisp, and the park was alive with families. the music from the rides blending with laughter and screams. Everything felt normal. Perfect, even. We started in Adventureland, wandering between rides, taking photos, joking with each other. My friend Danny had this obsession with behind-the-scenes stuff, always trying to find secret doors, hidden rooms, places guests weren't supposed to go. I told him repeatedly that Disneyland was already magical enough and didn't need haunted back rooms to be interesting, but he insisted. It was close to 9 when we ended up at the Haunted Mansion. Normally, we just ride it and leave, but the line was unusually short. We joked about how maybe it was a sign. Danny, of course, wanted to investigate the rides backstage. "You guys," he whispered, "there's a service door on the side that leads to maintenance tunnels. Nobody goes there at night." I laughed. "Danny, you've been watching too many YouTube videos. You're not sneaking into Disney's secret tunnels in costume." But before I could finish, he'd already ducked behind a decorative shrub, motioning for us to follow. Reluctantly, we did. It wasn't far, just past the gift shop, a side door slightly ajar with a dim red light flickering above it. As soon as we entered, the sounds of the park disappeared. The cheerful music, the laughter, they were all gone. In their place, there was only silence, heavy and unnatural. The hallway smelled faintly of damp concrete and rust. It twisted unexpectedly, turning sharp angles that didn't match the maps we'd seen of the ride. "Danny?" I called, my voice echoing off the walls. No answer. We followed the corridor deeper, our flashlights bouncing along the cracked floor. Then we saw them. A series of doors, small maintenance rooms, numbered in a way that made no sense. The numbers jumped erratically, like someone had assigned them in a rush, without thought. "Guys," whispered Emily, my other friend, her voice shaking, "this doesn't feel right." I wanted to agree. The corridors were too narrow, the air too cold, and there was this faint humming, almost like whispers, though we couldn't place their source. Then Danny stopped abruptly. "Look at this." He pointed to a door slightly ajar, one that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The wood was worn, paint peeling. A faint glow spilled out from the crack at the bottom. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, we pushed it open. The room was empty, or so it seemed. Concrete walls, pipes overhead, flickering fluorescent lights. And then we saw the shadows. They weren't ordinary shadows. They moved too fluidly, like liquid, pooling along the walls and floor. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but then one shifted into a humanoid shape, arms stretching unnaturally, twisting toward us. Emily screamed. I grabbed her arm. Danny was frozen, staring, mouth open. The shadow recoiled slightly, as if it had been waiting, then surged forward in a way that made the lights flicker violently. We bolted. I don't think any of us remembered the exact path we took. It was a blur of turning corners, ducking under pipes, trying doors that wouldn't open, and then in the midst of the panic, we heard it. A child's laughter. It wasn't light or playful. It was hollow, echoing in the corridor, coming from all directions at once. "Look!" Emily pointed to a small figure standing in the middle of the hallway. A girl, maybe 8 or 9, in a tattered dress, her hair hanging over her face. She didn't run when we approached. She just stared, tilting her head unnaturally. Danny, somehow forgetting his panic, took a step toward her. "It's okay, Ving. Come with us." The girl's head snapped up too fast, eyes wide, black pits that seemed to pull the light toward them. And then the shadows came. From the walls, from the floor, coiling around her, lifting her slightly off the ground. We screamed and ran. That sound of laughter followed us, twisting, bending around corners, filling the tunnels. I remember thinking we could never escape, that the park itself had swallowed us. Finally, after what felt like hours, we stumbled into a service exit that led us back near the Jungle Cruise ride. The lights of the park were normal, families walking by, music playing. No one seemed to notice anything unusual. Danny leaned against the wall, gasping, and Emily cried silently. I didn't speak. We agreed never to talk about what happened. We told our parents we got lost for a few minutes, laughed it off. But I never forgot the way those shadows moved, or the sound of that hollow laughter. Months later, Danny sent me a photo he said he had taken while we were in the corridor. I didn't open it at first. When I did, my stomach sank. It was the girl, in the tattered dress, floating, surrounded by shadows, looking directly at the camera. But there was something else in the corner, something I hadn't noticed at the time. A figure, A man, maybe, maybe not, standing in the background, faceless, watching us. I deleted the photo, but I knew the image was burned into my mind forever. Years later, I still pass Disneyland. The lights, the music, the laughter, they're all the same. But sometimes, if I linger near the Haunted Mansion or the Matterhorn, I swear I see shadows that move too fast, or a little girl watching from somewhere I know she shouldn't be. And in those moments, I realize some parts of Disneyland are never meant to be found. Even now, I have dreams of those tunnels. I wake up sweating, the sound of hollow laughter echoing in my ears. And I know if I ever went back alone, I might not come out at all. Story, the end. The first time I stepped into Disneyland, I felt that familiar surge of excitement. The smell of popcorn, the squeals of delight, that bright castle in the distance like a beacon. My friends and I had decided to do something crazy. Spend the entire night at the park. We managed to convince one of the cleaning guards, a guy named Frank, whom we'd flashed a few bills at, to let us stay after closing under the guise of just taking pictures until midnight. He must have figured it was harmless after a few laughs, or maybe he just didn't care. The park shut its gates, the last families departed, and then we were left alone. For the first few hours, it was dreamlike. Empty Main Street, USA, the lights shimmering on the road, the overhead lamps casting soft golden halos. We wandered through the silent shops, touching shelves that should have been closed already. I gripped my camera, trying to capture the eerie, magical hush that only an abandoned Disney park can have. My phone's flash made tiny dust motes dance in the stale air. The wind was still, not a rustle of leaves, not a single cleaning cart or security guard approached. We told ourselves we were sneaking a little adventure, but already it felt different, like stepping into a paused world. Buzz Lightyear's ride was silent, the ride vehicles frozen at their starting point. The chatter of people long gone hung in the air. I felt like a ghost in a little ghost park. Somehow the emptiness worsened over the hours. We drifted into the pathways toward the darker corners of the park, where shadows lengthened and lights flickered uncertainly. Then we reached an area, a cast backstage zone maybe, or something closed to the public, that still had just one light on. A lamppost by a stone archway leading into a service corridor, a door slightly ajar beneath it. We glanced at one another. By that time, the exhilaration had turned into pure curiosity. We pushed through. Inside, the hallway was narrow and dim. The fluorescent lights buzzed in a gentle strobe, shadows pooling at the edges. Trash bins and stacks of crates lined the walls. The air smelled damp and stale like old cardboard warehouses. As we moved deeper, the hum of the lights didn't drown out the silence. It amplified it. I flicked my camera's flash again, and in the momentary glare I saw something. A tall shape at the far end of the corridor. Too slender, unnaturally still. I froze. My friends didn't see anything when the flash went off. "Come on," whispered one of them, but I couldn't bring myself to move. My throat felt thick, dry. And then, just for a fraction of a second, the shape exhaled. Not a sound, but the air shimmered. It bent forward, hair falling across its face. I made out the outline of a mask, hollow black eyes, mouth fixed in silent, permanent scream, its head cocked slightly like it was studying me. I fumbled for my phone flashlight instead of my camera, pointing it at the figure. It vanished. The end of the corridor was empty. Maybe I'd imagined it. My pulse slamming in my ears, I turned to tell my friends, but they were gone. I realized I'd backed up slowly toward the crates and bumped into something. It moved. A grunt, low, rasped, human, but also not. I spun around. Nothing. Panic surged, and I sprinted forward, down the corridor toward where I thought the exit was. But the hallway stretched longer. The door was gone. The lights buzzed faster overhead. The smell changed, acrid like burning rubber and stale sweat. My footsteps echoed, but so did another sound behind me, like dragging. Slower than running, methodical. My panic made me half turn, but the shadows behind remained still. I ran until my lungs hurt and legs screamed. By the time I saw a glow, lights, maybe an exit, I didn't care where it led. Behind the archway, I burst through what looked like a storage door, back into the park. Dark. Empty. The faint hum of Disneyland's ambient music nowhere. My friends were nowhere to be seen. I panted, body trembling. I grabbed my phone, no signal, battery almost dead. I cursed under my breath. I groped along walls, finally finding a staff door. I rammed it open. Inside, a coworker break room for workers I'd never met. Shock boundaries plastered over lockers, stray cleaning supplies, peeling posters. There was a phone booth by the wall. I dialed 911 with shaking fingers, explaining where I was. The dispatcher asked what park I was in. I whispered, Disneyland. She asked, which entrance can you see? I looked. The closest landmark I recognized was the stone arch behind me that led to the alley between Adventureland and Haunted Mansion. I told her. She asked me to stay put. I did. Behind the door, crouched, I heard the faint echo of footsteps. Slow, wet, as if someone was dragging their feet across the concrete. They got closer. My phone died. The lights in the break room flickered. I dared not move. In darkness, I heard the door handle scrape. A harsh, choked breath. The door rattled. The handle turned. I squeezed my eyes shut. I heard a whisper close to my ear, raspy. Find them. I bolted without thinking. I tried to run back the way I came, but crashed into lockers. And then I heard another voice, this one louder, distorted as if filtered through old speakers. They run. They hide. They stay forever. I screamed. No, I was quiet. I had no voice. I staggered toward a window at the end of the room. A narrow, tall staff window covered by blinds. The slippery glint of moonlight seeped between slats. I yanked the blinds. On the other side of the glass in the courtyard stood them, 3 figures, hunched, spectral, their faces hidden, hands hanging too long. One stood motionless, the other shuffled toward the break room's door. The third remained at the far corner. By this point, I had nothing left. Not sense, not fear. I just ran. I didn't know where I was going. I slammed out of the break room, burst through double doors, and found myself near a closed-up ride. The old Jurassic River adventure. Everything was still. The boats frozen in the water, dinosaurs motionless. Icicles of rust hung from the ride's mechanical parts, moving slowly in an unnatural breeze. I climbed over a low fence and dropped into the water canal, arm deep, shivering cold. The water lapped about me, muddy, oily, but safe. I splashed to the other side, pulled myself up, drenched, coughing, cold. I didn't look back. All the while, in the darkness, I felt movement behind me. A rustle. Something gliding through the shadows. I pounded my way toward what I thought was the park exit, the gates. The ride's loudspeakers had switched on. A warped, smeared version of Disney's theme music, slower, twisted, like it was underwater. Distorted laughter floated across the park, children's laughter, but brittle and cruel. Eventually, I found a service gate padlocked. I tried to work it with my soaked hands. Behind me, the laughter came closer. I felt breath on my neck. I turned. Nothing. I turned again. A faceless figure just inches away, black hollows for eyes, dragging a limp, pale arm. I bolted. Just as I thought I might pass out from exhaustion or fear, I heard keys jingling. A heavy lock slammed open. A man in security uniform, human, real, stepped through, flashlight beaming. He stood stunned for a moment, then took in my soaked clothes, wide eyes, pale face. I didn't wait for asking or help. I collapsed into him, trembling. He called for backup. I sobbed. I couldn't speak. I tried to explain by shaking and pointing. They turned lights onto the courtyard. The place was empty. No figures, no footprints. Nothing but footprints, mine, running toward the service gate. They searched for hours and found nothing. No hidden rooms, no alternate corridors, no sign that anyone or anything had moved there in who knew how long. The only thing they admitted, the staff break room belonged to the old Haunted Mansion ride staff, long abandoned. They'd scheduled demolition, but never got around to it. The area was officially marked to be cleaned, all staff forbidden inside. The security motion detectors had been offline for months. They let me stay until dawn, sitting in a guard shack. I was shaking. My arms wouldn't still. The air smelled of disinfectant and early morning dew. Outside, the sun began to claw through the tinny horizon. I closed my eyes at some point and drifted off for a moment, but I woke again with a start. A guard handed me a paper cup of coffee. I looked out. The first early visitors were gathering. Families with kids, couples, excited for a brand new day at the happiest place on earth. Even as I watched them filter in, I felt no joy. I emptied the coffee. My hands shook when I released the cup. No one believed me. I called my friends. Their phones were off. None responded. I messaged the guy who'd snuck us in. His number was disconnected. I asked the security that let me out, but they erased his name from the log. The main office denied he existed. The maintenance logs from that night were gone. I tried to look up whether anything similar had happened, any other stories from that hallway, ghosts in staff corridors, sightings of people roaming after hours. There was nothing. Nothing on Reddit, nothing in urban legend blogs, nothing at Disneyland's own official boards. Time passed. Eventually, I told myself it was a vivid hallucination, exhaustion, and fear. No doubt, triggered by shadows, adrenaline, panic. But every so often, when I closed my eyes at night, I'd see those black hollows, that whisper. I'd smell the rubbery air and feel the water canal's cold splash. Then a few months later, I got a postcard. No return address. Heavy cardstock, candy-colored, printed on one side with the castle at night, glitter around the edges, and "Welcome back" in cheerful script. On the back, in a shaky, ink-blotted hand, a single line, "Find them." It didn't have a stamp, no postmark, just the paper, the printing, and the scrawled message. I sat frozen for a moment in my apartment, reading it over and over. My phone screen glowed cold in the dark. I stuffed the card into a drawer and tried to forget, but the nightmares got worse. Every night, that corridor hallway, flickering lights, the echo of dragging feet, the breath close to my ear, that hush before the sound, when my heart stopped, waiting for the next whisper. Eventually, I stopped sleeping. I avoided loud noises. I moved apartments. I changed phone numbers. I even took a road trip across states. But everywhere I went, in quiet hotels or empty motel bathrooms, closing my eyes in a soft bed, the hall followed. I could feel the shadows lengthening, creeping toward me. Sometimes I opened my desk drawer. The postcard was still there, untouched. I never burned it. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. Because if I did, if I erased the last proof, then no one would believe me. Maybe I'd just drift away into the world of crazy, and whatever it was, still roam. Years have passed. I don't go near theme parks anymore. I don't travel much. I don't like crowds, especially early in the morning, that in-between time when rides start up again and lights flicker on. I stay home. I work nights. I keep the curtains closed. I never take late shifts near public places. And every now and then, at night, when the world is quiet, I still hear something, the soft hum of a distant ride, the scrape of something heavy across concrete, a raspy breath near my ear. Sometimes I dream I'm back at the park, walking under lampposts on Main Street, but the streets are deserted. The castle looms, but the glass windows are dark. The only light is a single flickering lamp across the plaza. And there, leaning against the castle drawbridge gate, is a figure, tall, still, watching. I wake up, heart pounding, sweating. Then I realize the window beside me is cracked open, a little sliver of night air drifting in. I close it. Then I hear it. Scratch, scratch, scratching at the glass. Story the end. I remember stepping past the gates of Disneyland just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky turning a dull lavender before the lights came on. It was October, a few days before Halloween, when the park hosted its late-night special event. I'd heard rumors, stories of weird happenings, guests who vanished, odd sightings just beyond the rides, but I chalked them up to drunken over-imagination and urban legends. I was there to enjoy the music, the decorations, the thrill of spooky overlays on old favorites like Pirates and the Haunted Mansion. People laughed, children darted from ride to ride, and for most of the evening, everything was exactly as you'd expect. But just after midnight, something shifted. I was standing near the entrance to the Carnival of Dreams tent, a seasonal carnival set up for Halloween, watching a troupe of acrobats spinning fire batons against a backdrop of skeleton banners. The air smelled of caramel apples and popcorn. A woman beside me, maybe a bit older than I, offered me a half-melted candy apple. I took a bite. The carnival barker called out for volunteers for a fortune scavenger hunt, and I signed up on a whim. Maybe I wanted a souvenir. Maybe I was bored. The brochure handed to me listed 5 stops around the park, each marked with a stylized skull sticker. The final stop promised a secret prize, and directions pointed toward the old backstage area behind the ride Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, closed for maintenance. A sign on the map said, "Invited guests only, after midnight." I hesitated when I saw the words, but by then several other volunteers had moved off toward the first location. I followed, smiling, candy apple half in hand, thinking it would just be a cute little midnight romp before the park finally shut down. We moved as a group. First, we were led to the carousel by the courtyard near Pirates of the Caribbean. A carnival actor marked our maps with a skull stamp and handed each of us a tiny key, antique-looking, brass, tarnished, with strange engravings that looked like a combination of numbers and symbols. Everyone else grinned, entertaining themselves at the whimsy of it all. I stuck the key in my pocket. Next, we visited a closed gift shop near Space Mountain. The doors were locked, but the actor knocked softly on the window pane. Then the group scattered as if on cue. One of the doors creaked open. I remember its dull groan, the shift of stale air that wafted out. Inside, the lights flickered. There were mannequins shaped like iconic Disney characters. One wore the mouse ears, another a mermaid tail, but they were pale, frozen. It didn't feel fun or magical. It felt wrong. The actor told each of us to take an item from the shelves, something that calls you. I picked a small plastic snow globe with a castle inside. The glass was clouded. The castle seemed somehow grim, its turrets opaque. The snow inside moved only half-heartedly, falling in slow, sluggish flakes. I took it anyway. The actor marked another skull on my map, said good, nodded, and we moved on. Following the map, we threaded behind Roger Rabbit's cartoon spin into a narrow back corridor between storage rooms and empty snack stands. The overhead lights buzzed overhead, half-lit, one flickering fiercely and threatening to go out. We approached the final symbol on the map. It was oriented toward a backstage gate near Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I glanced at the key again. A chill went up my spine, thinking about what we might actually unlock. When we reached the gate, it was partially open, as if someone had exited just minutes ago in a hurry. Behind it, there was a gravel path leading into a wooded maintenance area. At first, I looked over my shoulder, saw no one else but the carnival actor waiting by the gate. The other volunteers seemed to have scattered behind me, some sacrificing their map and their key, others wandering off into the darkness. Nobody said anything. They just drifted. The actor's voice cut through the silence, soft and hollow. Only one may enter. Choose someone. I panicked. My heart pounding, I said, "What? Why?" He held out the snow globe I had taken. "That chooses you," he said, "but you don't have to go." I hesitated. I glanced back along the pathway. No lights, no sign of other people, just gravel crunching under my sneakers and tall, unkempt shrubbery lining both sides, casting long, jagged shadows. The carnival music from inside the park sounded distant now, warped, as if coming through a tunnel. The night air smelled different, sharper, colder, metallic. I thought of turning back, ditching the snow globe, and running for the exit. But then I heard a soft click, the carnival actor slipping the gate shut, the lock snapping into place behind him. In that moment, my stomach lurched and regret washed over me. I was trapped. The actor spoke again. "It's just beyond. You'll know it when you see it." His eyes glowed faintly in the half-light, and his grin stretched too wide. His teeth looked yellowed. I didn't wait. With trembling fingers, I held up the snow globe like a talisman, but I felt no protection. Walking down the gravel path, the crunch under my feet was loud, echoing in the hush. I forced my eyes open, scanning for the faint glow of maintenance lights or the red-tail reflection of a hazard sign. Instead, there was nothing but shifting darkness and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. I tried to slow my breath. I thought I heard distant children laughing, happy, youthful, but warped and echoing far away. Suddenly ahead, a dim lamppost flickered on. Beneath it stood an old maintenance shed, its paint chipped, windows broken. I recognized this area from earlier maintenance tours. This place should have been sealed off for years. The overhead light buzzed, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The shed door was ajar. I crept forward. Each step felt heavy. I tried to convince myself the treasure would be nothing more than some trinket, a commemorative pin, maybe a t-shirt. But I couldn't shake a deep sense of dread. Inside, the air was thick, musty, smelling of mold and oil and old wood. The floorboards squeaked under my weight. On a dusty table in the center lay a large chest, made of dark wood, ornate hinges rusted shut. The chest was exactly where a kid's storybook version of a jackpot would sit, and I felt stupid for thinking I was in a storybook. I placed the snow globe next to the chest. The glass caught the flicker of the light. The tiny castle inside glowed briefly, like a pulse. I hesitated. My hand reached out. The hinges groaned as I pushed the lid. Inside was nothing shiny. No pins, no t-shirt. Instead, I saw photos. Stacked, old, yellowing, torn edges. I bent down, brushed away dust. The photos were of guests, families, couples posing in front of the castle on rides, kids laughing with mouse-ear hats. Normal vacation shots. But the same faces kept repeating. In one photo, a young boy stood grinning in front of the carousel. In the next, the same boy sat alone on a bench by Tomorrowland, eyes vacant, blurred. Another photo showed him walking down a backstage corridor, the same one I had traversed an hour ago. And beyond that, a final photo. The boy stood in front of the darkened maintenance shed. His face, misshapen, distorted, like the smile had been stretched wide by some unseen force. My breath caught. The snow inside the globe began swirling, not floating gently like before, but violently, chunks colliding. I heard a soft whisper, distant yet right behind my ear. "Join us." I snapped the photos shut and backed away. My heart thundered. The laughter returned, childish voices echoing across the shed, overlapping, chaotic, no longer from the carnival but from inside the building. I felt eyes on me, dozens of them. I turned, looked at the dust on the floor. Footprints. Tiny, small, many, leading toward a dark corner. I squinted. Steam began to rise from that corner, curling in serpentine shapes. Lights flickered again. The shed door slammed. The latch clanged. I jumped. The snow globe shattered in my hand. The carnival keys fell to the floor, scattering. I scrambled back toward the door, stumbling over debris. The laughter was all around now, the metallic ring of kids' voices, high-pitched and distorted. "Join us," they whispered, over and over. The door handle wouldn't budge. I shoved. The hinges groaned. I turned, searching for a window or alternate escape. The broken panes were sealed tight. My hands shook. I thought of the families I saw in those photos. How long had they wandered those backstage halls? Forgotten. Lost. Then I saw movement in the corner. Shadows flickering, rotating. Something emerged, a silhouette, tall, gangly, limbs bent at wrong angles. It stepped forward slowly, scratching across the floor with nails, leaving dark streaks, a scraping sound that made my soul ache. The face, I couldn't see it in the dim light, but I felt it. It exuded hunger, nostalgia, regret, a desire. I backed away until my shoulder hit the chest. My hand brushed the lid again. Instinctively, I slammed it shut. The lid thudded, dust puffed up. For a moment, nothing moved. The mobile shape froze, then the corner turned black. The shadow curled toward the floor and vanished, dissolving into ash or air. The laughter stopped altogether. Silence settled. I exhaled a jagged breath. I found the keys on the floor and fumbled one in the lock on the door. The bolt slid back and I pushed hard. Light from the lamppost outside I laid filtered in. My legs wobbled but held me. I burst out of the shed and ran. I didn't glance back. The gravel crunched under my feet, but I hardly registered it. All I saw was the gate ahead. The carnival actor stood just beyond, expression blank, arms folded. I sprinted. He didn't move. I didn't stop until I burst through the open gate and slammed it shut behind me. The stars shimmered above, far away. I could hear the carnival barker laughing, distant, fading. The overhead parade lights glowed, people still milling around, oblivious to what had just happened. Others returned to rides, teacups spinning, smoke from ride chimneys drifting. Nothing had changed. I slid to the ground, chest heaving. I looked at my hands, no snow globe, only the shards glinted in the carnival lights. I kept the photos in a pocket, wrapped tightly inside a coaster from a snack stand. I didn't want them, but I couldn't throw them away. I needed proof that the horror was real. Shaking, I stumbled back into the crowd and exited the carnival tent. I tried to speak to park staff, anyone, about how I'd been coaxed into a secret scavenger hunt, but the staff I approached looked at me as if I didn't exist. Their name tags were blank, their smiles plastic. "No special event tonight," one whispered. "You look lost." I thanked them weakly and walked away. On the way to the main gate, I realized I had no receipt, no record anywhere in my account for attending the special event. My group had dissolved, my ticket scanned as usual hours ago. When I finally reached the exit gate, I was sweaty, trembling, but the guards nodded me through without a glance. They didn't ask anything. I made it home around 3 in the morning. My phone buzzed. 2 missed calls from a friend who never called. I waited. Nothing else. I went to bed, trying to shake off images from the shed. Flickering light, children's laughter, that tall shadow. Sleep came in shallow waves. The next morning, bleary-eyed, I rummaged through my jacket pockets. The snow globe shards were gone. The brass keys, too. Only the photos remained, tucked inside the coaster. I stared at them. I turned shapes, blew gently on the last picture, the boy in the disfigured photo in front of the shed. His eyes glowed faintly red. I dropped the picture. It slid across the desk slowly, seeming to hover a moment before coming to rest. I considered throwing them out, burning them, leaving them smashed at the curb. But part of me still afraid, wanted them somewhere, hidden, behind lock and key. What haunted me most wasn't what I saw, but what I felt. Loss. The ache of something missing. I tried to sleep, but at night the laughter crept back. Soft at first, a child's giggle when I closed my eyes, then words, "Join us, join us." A voice from beneath the bed, from the closet. I never looked. I kept lights on, left the door cracked open. I took long drives in the countryside to keep from hearing it. A week later, I tried calling the park. I asked if there had been some special midnight carnival event. The voice on the phone paused. She said she'd check. A long silence. Finally, there was no event, she said. We found no record of such a thing. No ticket scans. No emails. Nothing. I thought maybe I imagined it. Maybe I had wandered off on a ride. Maybe had blacked out. But deep down, I knew what I saw. I remembered the smell of musty wood, the sound of the shed door slamming, the scrape of nails on floorboards. I remembered the cupboard of photos, dozens, maybe hundreds, of missing people, faces etched in dust and time. I tried to get the photos developed, digital scans to preserve them, but the images came out blank, just white rectangles. I scanned them with every image scanner I owned, deleted them, rescanned, nothing. The photos in my hand would vanish if I tried to make them permanent. I kept them in a zip file named "Do Not Open." Months passed. I moved apartments, sold most of my old stuff. I visited no theme parks. I told friends I was burned out on crowds. I took a job in a small town. I stopped thinking about Disneyland. But last night, for the first time in months, I heard it again. That laughter. Soft, distant, but unmistakable, echoing at the edge of my hearing. Children's voices, pleading, calling, almost singing. Join us. I pressed my back against the wall, stared at the empty darkness of the room. For an instant, I saw a curled handprint on the wall, chalky white. A smile scratched into the plaster. But when I flicked on the lamp, it vanished. And so I write this now, at 3:17 a.m., staring at a blank screen in a room illuminated by a single overhead bulb. My heart still rattles. I don't know how long I can stay here. I don't know if I can run any smarter. Maybe I should go further away. Maybe I should send these last photos away. Maybe I should disappear. But I have to tell someone. Maybe if I tell this to someone who cares, the laughter will stop. Maybe then I can sleep. Maybe the voices will fade. Maybe I'll be free of the unblinking eyes clouded in old snapshots. But I doubt it. Because sometimes I wake up and I'm not alone. Story the end. I strapped the last of my gear to my backpack as the last echoes of music drifted through the dimming California sky, the golden glow of the park's buildings beginning to flicker off one by one. The carousel had slowed to a halt, the castle's lights darkened, and everywhere else the manic bustle of the day seemed to have been swallowed by silence. I glanced at my watch. 11:02 p.m. The gates were closed. We weren't supposed to be here. But we had a plan. A stupid, reckless plan. A dare between friends. We'd always heard whispered rumors about the old maintenance tunnels beneath the park, forgotten service corridors from Disneyland's early years, supposedly sealed off after a tragic accident decades ago. Most people dismissed them as urban legend, ghost stories told to scare tourists. But that made the dare even better. 3 of us, sneaking in after closing, finding a rumored crawl space under the Haunted Mansion ride, retrieving seemingly nothing but bragging rights. Tonight, we thought we'd get a story worth actually telling. When the last tram left, I followed the dark line of service alleys near the back of the park, my flashlight a little quiver in my hand. The familiar painted walls of Fantasyland faded behind a grimy metal door ahead, the kind where the paint peels in dull flakes and the metal seems too heavy to open easily. We picked the lock quickly. I hadn't expected that part to be hard. The door groaned as it swung inward, a thick smell of oil and cold concrete greeting us. Inside was a service corridor, narrow, lit only by a few emergency lights glowing faint amber at long intervals. I couldn't see carpets or decorations, instead just bare floors, exposed pipes, and a damp chill in the air. I could have sworn I heard water dripping somewhere. My friend Carla flicked her torch along the walls. "Man," she said, voice low, "this is creepy. We stepped through it slowly, careful. The thrill of breaking into a closed theme park made my pulse race, but the corridor itself killed the fantasy. No Cinderella, no magical music, just concrete and shadows reaching like fingers. In the distant silence, our footsteps felt monstrous, echoing. We'd studied the old blueprints we'd found online. Somewhere under the spooky part of the park, the gothic, haunted section, there was an access hatch leading downward. That was the goal. We walked for maybe 10 minutes in that corridor, then took a sharp right, walking deeper into a labyrinth of closed-off areas. Steam hissed softly somewhere ahead. As we neared the junction point shown on our sketch, the geometry of the corridors felt wrong. Corners too sharp, the walls closing in tighter than before. The ceiling lowered slightly, the lights above faint, hanging like tired stars. I took off my flashlight's safety clip and attached a small red filter lens, meant to avoid activating motion sensors. It gave off a dim glow. Carla followed suit. Our other friend, Marcus, just stood behind us, looking pale, holding a tiny handheld camera. Suddenly, the corridor ended. A heavy steel hatch lay flush with the floor. My heart hammered. I knelt and tried the latch. It resisted. The latch refused to move. For a moment, I panicked. Maybe the map was wrong. Then I heard soft scraping from above, something shifting in the darkness overhead. I shined the red light upward. There was nothing, just scars on the ceiling, a seam where two concrete slabs met. Still, I felt like I was being watched. "You sure that's it?" "Yeah, I'm sure." "Marcus, dude, that sound, I don't like it." I clicked the latch again, gentle but steady. It moved slightly. I lifted the heavy hatch, and we all peered down into a narrow vertical shaft. The smell, damp, old, stale, like a closed-up cellar mixed with rust. The shaft was lit faintly by stale yellow bulbs. It descended at least 20 feet before we saw a low tunnel leading off. I turned on my flashlight full strength. The beam carved a path into darkness. We climbed down, scraping boots on metal ladder rungs, silent. As we reached the bottom, the tunnel swallowed us. Concrete walls, low ceiling, water tracing stains along the floor. The damp chill cut through my jacket. We advanced, flashlight beams dancing, the walls humming softly, or was that the pipes? I tried not to breathe too heavily. The passage widened, then abruptly narrowed again. The air smelled old, like mold and forgotten things. My light flickered slightly. I tapped it. Nothing. I pressed on. Then, unexpectedly, the corridor turned right, sharply, and opened into a small clearing. The floor was concrete, but the walls had faded murals, ghostly outlines of cartoon faces, smiling in twisted shapes. The paint was cracked, peeling, very faint but unmistakable. One face looked like an old-style cartoon mouse, big ears and round body, but the eyes were scratched out. Another figure, perhaps a version of a princess, but her face melted, streaks of paint dripping like tears down the wall. Carla gasped. Marcus's camera light clicked on. "Guys, this is messed up," she whispered. I swallowed. "It's old, from before they repainted everything." "But why seal it off?" she asked. I didn't answer. I stepped closer to the wall, shining the light across the mural. The distorted figure seemed to shift. As the beam passed, the empty eyes caught the light. Just a flash. It loosened something deep inside me, like a pulse. The air felt heavier. Then I heard it. A gentle shuffling echo from deeper in the tunnel. Not mechanical. Something else. My stomach dropped. I stepped back. "Who's there?" I called, voice a whisper but hard. The light wavered. No answer. Just that shuffle again. Slow, steady, irregular, like someone dragging something across the floor. Carla gripped my arm. "Let's go." But Marcus raised his camera higher. "Wait, I want to film this." I snapped at him. Not worth it. Yet against my better judgment, I walked toward the sound, curiosity warping fear. The corridor ahead was barely more than a crawl space. I had to stoop. The beam bounced along the narrow concrete walls as I inched forward. The shuffling grew louder, like cloth scraping concrete. Then, as I rounded a corner, the light caught something on the floor. A dark shape, part cloth, part something else, curled like an old costume. Carla reached out and poked it with her flashlight. The cloth shifted, then moved. I shouted. Marcus dropped the camera, lens cracking on the floor. The cloth stirred slowly, sliding into an almost humanoid shape. It wasn't dressed like a worker. It looked like a costume from the park's earliest days. A stitched suit that once might have resembled some character's outfit. But now the suit hung empty, limp, except its head moved. It twisted slowly. A vague outline, mask-like, but the edges jagged, refashioned. One eye hole gouged deeper than the other, stained dark. The stitching around its mouth frayed, as if it had been ripped. I stumbled backward. Carla screamed. Marcus whipped up the camera again. The suit turned toward us. In that instant, I felt every word I'd ever scoffed at, like urban legend, ghost story, overactive imagination. All of it, hollow. The creature took a step, a slow, unsteady step. Its head whipped upward. In the dim light, I saw holes everywhere, worn tears, gashes. The air reeked of rot and mildew and something darker, something like desperation. I turned and took off sprinting. Carla right behind me. Marcus didn't run. He was frozen. I glanced back. The creature crouched for a second, then lunged. The concrete echoed with a sound like metal striking bone. Caroline screamed. I didn't want to look. Instead, I pulled Carla forward and we tore down the tunnel, adrenaline ripping at my limbs. The hatch above was a pinprick of light ahead, our exit. Water dripped heavily somewhere above us. Behind me, I heard shuffling, panting, raspy breathing echoing in the damp corridor. I risked a glance. The creature, donned in that hideous old costume, was close, trailing like a grotesque shadow. I reached the ladder and scrambled upward, feet slipping against rusted metal. Carla followed, clutching my wrist. I felt the creature's breath, stench like moldy cloth and old sweat, against the back of my neck. I screamed and pulled harder, adrenaline driving me. 2 more steps, then I was through the hatch and out into the dank concrete tunnel we'd come in by. I slammed the hatch shut behind us. The echo of the latch banging reverberated down. We raced down the service corridor, adrenaline still coursing. The park felt wrong now. Every silent archway, every shuttered shop and silent ride loomed like a tomb. The wind from Fantasyland twirled overhead in faint gusts like whispering ghosts. We didn't stop until we burst through the back door, emerging into the cold night air, the pastel towers of the park behind us, dark and sterile in the moonlight. We ran quickly, not daring to look back. At first, we didn't talk. Carla leaned against a dumpster, panting. "What the hell was that thing?" I shook, my flashlight still clutched in my hand. "I don't know." Marcus finally fluttered a pale laugh. "I got it on film, though." He held up the camera. The lens cracked, scratched. I shined the light on it. The screen flickered, and in black and white, I saw something. A thin figure in a ragged suit turning toward us, limbs jerking oddly, a hollow mask face shimmering in black and white before the image cut. "Delete it," I said, voice harsh. I looked at his face, wide-eyed, frozen. He blinked. "Yeah." He pressed a button. Nothing. The file was locked. He tried again. Nothing. He yanked the battery. The screen went blank. I took the camera from him and threw it down into the dumpster. It hit with a hard clang and slid out of sight. No one moved. Finally, Carla said in a whisper, we just can't go back." I nodded. We turned and walked away, leaving the park behind. The next days were strange. I hardly slept. Every noise, a creak upstairs, a distant thump downstairs, jolted me awake. Shadows in my room seemed to stretch. I kept checking behind doors. My hands shook when I ate. Carla called me once in the early morning, her voice soft, shaky. "I dreamt of that corridor last night. The walls were wet. I saw footprints in the damp floor, and they were fresh." I tried to calm her. I had told her it was just stress and guilt, but I knew the truth. A week later, we got news that security at the park had discovered an old maintenance door partially ajar in a closed area behind Fantasyland. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no other evidence. They sealed it again quickly. They didn't talk about it afterward. I wondered if we'd been responsible. One night, I woke up to a growling sound outside my apartment. I froze. The door to my room quivered. Something knocked softly, a slow, persistent rapping against the wood. I lay motionless, heart pounding. I strained to listen. It stopped. The air turned cold. I pulled the blankets up slowly. I thought of Disneyland, of that hidden tunnel of narrow corridors, of concrete walls heavy with history. I thought of the suit that moved, that husky rag-like creature stalking us. I tried to believe it was over. I tried to tell myself that nothing could leave those tunnels. But that knock, the cold air, I couldn't shake it. I sat up, clenched my teeth, and looked around in the dark. The lamp beside the bed flickered, casting long, twisted shadows across the wall. And in one of those shadows, just at the edge, I thought I saw the outline of big round ears. I closed my eyes, trembling. The next day, I went back to the park office where friends at Disneyland worked. I used to think maybe I could hope this was a coincidence. Maybe the leak in their security hatch was old. But I went anyway, asked a few questions. I showed them a vague drawing of the corridor system, no mention of any tunnels like I described. They checked their archives. They told me there was no record of any maintenance shaft under that part of the park. That section was redesigned around 1970, one manager told me, quietly, his tone serious. Any sublevels were filled in or demolished. He scratched his beard, glanced at me. We found a few rusted doors over the years, old relics, Easter eggs, basically junk, but nothing like what you described. My heart sank. Outside, I felt a gust of wind brush across the window pane, soft, like a breath. I shivered. The manager stood up and offered to walk me out. I looked over his shoulder at the parking lot, long, empty rows of cars as usual, but I couldn't help scanning the darkness beyond the floodlights. The shadows seemed too deep, the night too quiet. That evening, I found myself back in my apartment, packing. I couldn't stay. Carla had moved across the country. Marcus, I'm not sure what he did. Words didn't come easy after that night. Sometimes I think he left town altogether. But I remember he said he kept hearing soft, muffled footsteps outside his door, doors scraping, keys rattling in locks. But he never opened the door. He left without telling me where he was going. I sold the little camera on a secondhand marketplace. The buyer didn't care where it came from, only that the damage made the price cheap. I accepted. I told myself I owed it to the night I almost handed over my sanity for a stupid dare. Even now, years later, I feel it. Shadows at the edge of my vision. The creak of a floorboard when nothing is there. I wake occasionally in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat because I felt the weight of ragged cloth across my face. And when I do, I'm always waiting for the next knock on the door. Because I don't know. Maybe I didn't outrun that thing that night. Maybe it followed me, drifting through walls, riding on broken pipes and whispered memories. Maybe its costume could slip free from the tunnels, breathe in the open air like a disease. Sometimes I drive by parks at night, amusement parks, arcades at the edge of town, carnival grounds closed after hours. I check the back areas, the machinery rooms. I peer near loading docks. I imagine that hollow suit waiting, crouched under a tarp, lurking behind metal doors, hiding where nobody ever looks. And I think somewhere, in one of those dim, forgotten corridors, light clicks off and the dingy bulbs flicker on by themselves. That's when it surfaces. Because who knows what memories hang in concrete and rust, what old costumes still dream. I don't wear a costume anymore. I don't visit theme parks. I don't even watch animated cartoons. I don't want to see anything with big round ears smiling harmlessly in color and song. I don't believe in ghosts. I believe in tunnels, hidden beneath laughter and music, where walls absorb sorrow, neglect, and time. I believe what lives in those tunnels is raw and ancient and not drawn by pencil or painted with joy. And I believe that if you lure it with light and curiosity, one day maybe you'll see it staring back. Story the end. I remember the first time I visited Disneyland properly. Full grown, a bit older than college age, with friends who insisted we stay for the entire night. It was supposed to be harmless fun, soaking up lights after hours, riding every ride with zero lines, taking goofy photos under eerie, empty walkways. Everyone laughed. Nobody expected anything to go wrong. It was after midnight. The park was quiet, too quiet. We'd been led by some senior friends who claimed to have special clearance or connections, though none of them ever showed me any badge. But the gates were open, and apparently so were the rides. With a group of 6, me, 2 close friends, and 3 others we barely knew, we slipped past a security checkpoint. A half-hearted guard just nodded when we asked if the park was closing. Maybe he was bored. Maybe he was the type who didn't care. Initially, it was magical. The night breeze rustled through the empty walkways. Music from different rides drifted strangely out of place. Distant organ pipes from Haunted Mansion, cheerful children's laughter on the small kid rides. We felt like we had conquered Disneyland. The replicas of Main Street's Victorian storefronts glowed softly under street lamps. The atmosphere was half surreal, half serene. My phone camera captured everything. Empty benches, flickering lamps, the dark silhouette of Sleeping Beauty Castle in the background. Friends dared each other. Let's ride the mansion. Let's ride pirates. We laughed nervously. We talked about how surreal it was. But as we walked toward the mansion, the laughter and music stopped abruptly. The world went silent, not even distant echo. Street lamps flickered once, then a shudder of shadows seemed to pass through the walkway. I shrugged. Maybe power surge. We reached the mansion. The large gates creaked open. The ride had no attendants. The ride vehicle sat silent at the loading dock, empty. His voice, laughing in my memories, said, "We're the only ones here." I joked to my friends, "Heck yeah, haunted mansion all to ourselves." One friend, Lily, forced a laugh, but I saw the scowl in her eyes like she had misgivings. We stepped in. Inside felt colder than outside. The air resonated with faint, distant whispers, too low to make out words, like 100 voices reminding you were alone. I pressed the button to start the ride on impulse. Nothing happened. Lights were off. For a moment, I panicked. Then, from the darkness, a strange chime of ghostly bells like an otherworldly welcome. The ride jolted suddenly. The car lurched forward, and we were moving, but the world around us was wrong. Hallways stretched longer than memory. Portraits on the walls warped, half human, half nightmare, their eyes bleeding shadows. A voice, soft, replayed, distorted, hushed in the corridor. "Welcome, home." I tried to speak, but voice stuck. My friends pressed around me, muffled protests. Then we turned a corner into a hallway where countless doors lined up. None had numbers. One door slowly opened, middle of the hall, revealing a candlelit room and silhouettes dancing around a hearth. The flames cast elongated shadows. Figures held hands, swayed, whispered, but they had no faces. Blank, smooth where faces should be. They turned to us. The laughter was gone. They raised arms in unison, beckoning. We froze. I couldn't muster a breath. One of the figures extended a hand, bone thin. Throat dry, I stepped backward. The car stopped. The lights flickered momentarily, then returned to normal. The world snapped like a rubber band. The ride ended. The doors opened. We spilled out into the loading dock, breathing heavily. We didn't wait. We ran out. Back into the courtyard. The night air slapped my face. My friends, their eyes wide, skin pale. None spoke. We began walking toward the castle. On impulse, we'd agreed previously, let's take nighttime photos in front of the castle. Something about the haunted ride made us want to reclaim safety in familiar park landmarks. But as we approached the castle, the lights dimmed. Turrets vanished into gray ghosts of steel and stone. Only one tower's silhouette remained, lit by a single torch that cast long, quivering shadows. The drawbridge was down. The gates creaked. A cold wind, scented faintly of damp stone and rust, rolled over us. One friend, Derek, whispered, "Do we?" And I nodded grimly. We walked across the drawbridge, taking careful steps. The torchlight glowed weakly. Footfalls echoed too sharply. Once inside the entry hall, walls seemed to breathe. Dampness on stone, and underneath it a rumble, as if the entire floor under us packed, shifted. Then, from the darkness above, a low, metallic scraping sound, like chains against stone. I looked up. Nothing visible. Then the torch flickered violently. I heard something, a soft whisper, quickly followed by laughter, high-pitched, echoing, unnatural. Everyone froze, but one after another let something push at our backs. Not a tangible shove, more like a nudge of dread. Then screeching. Abrupt. A sound like metal grinding on metal or nails raking across a coffin lid. The torch flared, then shone steady. In the flickering shadows behind us, shapes formed hunched, crawling on walls, doors, ceiling, their limbs too long, twisting at odd angles to reach us. We turned and ran. Not bravely. Panic made us stumble. The drawbridge creaked again, this time groaning, lifting a little as if resisting us. I glanced back. A pale, childlike figure stood mid-bridge, head too large, eyes empty holes. It watched. We crossed just as the bridge lifted abruptly, cutting off our exit. We scattered. I sprinted down a corridor, heart pounding. Screams behind me, not mine. I dared not look back. Door after door, all shut, all locked. Then suddenly a door burst open ahead. I tumbled through. Inside, a small dim room, walls covered with carved faces screaming silently in stone or plaster. The air felt sick with rot. I pressed my back against the doorway, chest heaving. Then I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, on the stone floor outside. Slower than mine had ever been. I pressed my face to the wall, willing it to be concrete. My phone, dead. No light. No sound from friends anymore. I couldn't call out. In pure terror, I whispered apologies to the darkness. The footsteps stopped for a long, excruciating moment. Then, nothing. No sound. No breathing. Silence. Just the faint dripping of water somewhere far beyond. After what felt like hours, I heard it. The door creaked again, slowly, tortuously. The hinges moaned. I closed my eyes, expecting to feel cold metal on my throat. A voice came, soft, faint, like dead leaves rustling on stone floor. Don't belong here. I couldn't tell whether it was male or female, alive or hollow. The floorboards cracked just beyond the door. Then something brushed across the floor, slow, deliberate, claw-like. I clenched what little courage I had, but legs shook so badly I couldn't stand. But then a sudden burst of movement. Door flung wide. Bright light. Figures, my three friends, silhouetted. One had a flashlight, another had a hand extended. "Come on! Get up!" Derek shouted. I scrambled out, eyes stinging with terror. We ran, through corridors that made no sense, turns we never knew existed, stairs descending endlessly into darkness, footsteps behind us always just a beat away, on, pulled by adrenaline, led by terror. One friend screamed and stopped. We heard a gurgling noise. Chloe, lagging behind, coughing blood in the dark. I looked back. Something had her, dragging her. Her screams silenced within seconds. I caught a flash of hollow face, shining red eyes, then darkness swallowed it. We couldn't stay, couldn't stop. We plunged down a narrow stairway, stones damp with mold, walls exhaling cold breath. At the bottom, a low-arched tunnel, faint water dripping in the distance. We followed, bleeding, stumbling. The dripping grew louder. Then, ahead, a faint glow. We approached and found an iron gate, rusted, with a simple sign carved in stone, "Exit." The gate swung inward with a deep groan. Outside, the park again, silent. But wrong. The air was thick, humid, unnatural, like stale breath. Fog curled across the ground. The castle silhouette glowed dimly in the distance. No lights, no music, no life. It was as if we had emerged into a memory of Disneyland, or a shadow of it. We limped across the open area towards the main gates. Street lamps flickered weakly. I saw my own reflection in cracked glass of a dark window, distorted. Our faces pale, hollow-eyed. Chloe's shirt was soaked red, Derek and Lily trembling. We held each other's shoulders and limped onward. As we neared the exit, I thought I heard laughter. Soft, far off, a child's giggle echoing. But there were no children here. Nothing alive. I dared not look back. None of us had the strength. We reached the gate, and it swung open. We slipped out into a deserted parking lot. Our footsteps pounded across empty asphalt. Finally, we saw our car. Its doors open, as if waiting. No lights, no engine running. We piled in. Derek started the engine. Headlights flickered on. I looked back at the park one last time. The castle spire peeked over the tree line, dark as charcoal. No lights. No promise of magic. We drove off in silence. I didn't speak. My hands shook. When we reached my dorm that night, I dropped into bed but never slept. I lay awake, staring at the darkness, hearing that laughter still lingering in my ears. The next morning I called Lily, but only got voicemail. Then I called Derek. Busy. Chloe's phone switched off. I tried their parents, but no one picked up. I tried calling the old security guard. Turned out the station had closed months ago. Police said there was no record of us having visited Disneyland that night. No log of our entry. No CCTV footage. I tried to push it aside, convince myself it was a hallucination, a group-driven nightmare. But even a week later, I found that haunted mansion photo on my phone, the ghostly figures looming behind us. I deleted it, then more. I deleted all photos from night. But deep inside I knew. Deleting pixels doesn't remove what you saw. Weeks later, I found a news article about a mysterious maintenance crew that had vanished somewhere in the tunnels beneath Disneyland decades ago. I broke my spine reading it. Names. People missing since the 1970s, among them a girl named Lily, different last name but still Lily, another Chloe, and a Derek. Names eerily close to mine. My friends, none officially reported missing or found, just vanished. I couldn't bear thinking about it. I blamed it on coincidence. But the fear, the dread, it lingered. I moved out of the city, I changed my number, I avoided amusement parks. Then a month later, I received a postcard at my new mailing address. No stamp, no handwriting, just a single line typed, "We hope you left your heart behind." I threw it in the trash. But that night, I heard footsteps outside my bedroom window. Soft, slow. Then a creak. Something tapped on the pane. The sound of water dripping, distant laughter, like a child singing, "Welcome home." I didn't sleep again for nights. I started leaving lights on, music playing, noise, anything to keep the darkness away. But sometimes in a quiet building, I swear I still hear that faint rustle of dresses, the hollow laughter, the scraping chains. I flinch, hands clenched, the air grows cold, and I feel watched. I never told anyone. They'd think I was crazy, but I need to remember. Because once you enter something alive with history, even if empty, even if silent, you never really leave. And tonight, as I sit in the dark writing this, I keep the blinds shut tight, windows locked. I light a candle. I play cheerful tunes on the radio because something waits in the shadows, watching, patient, story the end. It was a bright Saturday morning in early October when the Henderson family, Mark, Jenna, and their 8-year-old son, Luke, drove into the Disneyland parking lot. Mark had surprised his family with tickets, insisting it would be the perfect weekend getaway. The lot was crowded, the air thick with excitement, and the smell of churros and popcorn drifted from the entrance. They parked near the tram line, and Luke could barely contain himself as he clutched his Mickey Mouse backpack. From the moment they stepped through the gates, something felt slightly off. The staff were friendly, as always, and the music played as it should, but there was an odd tension under the park's cheerful surface. Mark chalked it up to the usual crowds, long lines, and his own fatigue. Jenna, carrying a small tote with snacks, noticed a woman in a costume wandering near Main Street. She wasn't an employee, yet she wore a faded Mickey costume that looked decades old. Her movements were jerky, almost mechanical. Jenna frowned but didn't say anything, figuring she must be part of some forgotten promotional event. They started with Fantasyland. Luke squealed as they boarded the carousel, Mark trying to snap photos, Jenna laughing at Luke's excitement. But as the horses went up and down, Jenna noticed something in the reflection of the mirror near the ride. It was the same Mickey-costumed figure from earlier, standing perfectly still behind the ride's fence, watching them. When Jenna blinked, it was gone. She shook her head and tried to focus on Luke, but a cold knot had settled in her stomach. By noon, they had gone on a few more rides, but Luke had become strangely quiet. He kept glancing over his shoulder, pointing at shadows that Jenna couldn't see. "Mom, that man, he's following us," Luke whispered, clutching her hand. Jenna looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Mark laughed it off. "It's Disneyland, buddy. You've got tons of people around. Probably just someone behind us." But Jenna couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every now and then, she caught glimpses of a dark figure slipping behind corners, vanishing before she could get a good look. The figure seemed to wear the same old worn Mickey costume, and its face, or lack thereof, was impossible to read. They decided to head toward Tomorrowland. The area was crowded, filled with laughter, music, and flashing lights. They got in line for Space Mountain. Luke was nervous about the ride, but Mark encouraged him. As they waited, Jenna noticed that the line had oddly thinned. A few sections were completely empty, though they hadn't moved forward. That was strange for such a popular ride. Then she saw him again. The Mickey figure, now standing directly behind the railing of the ride entrance, perfectly still, head tilted slightly. Luke saw it too and grabbed his mother's arm, shaking. "Mom, he's looking at me," Luke whispered. His voice trembled. Jenna tried to reassure him, but her own fear was rising. She turned to Mark, who was checking his phone. "Do you see that guy? The one in the old Mickey suit?" She pointed. Mark, but the line of people obscured anything unusual. "I don't see anyone," he said. "You two are imagining things." But Jenna could feel it in her chest, a sharp, primal instinct that screamed danger. They got on the ride. The thrill of the twists and turns helped distract Luke for a few minutes, but when the lights dimmed for the dark section, he froze. "Mom, he's inside," Luke whispered. Jenna glanced around in the pitch-black tunnels, seeing only shadows and glowing lights. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a brief glimpse of the figure, standing motionless on the ride platform as if he had materialized there instantly. She jerked her head, and it was gone. She swallowed hard, trying to calm herself, telling Luke it was all part of the ride. After Space Mountain, Jenna insisted they eat something. They found a small cafe tucked behind a gift shop. As they sat, Luke refused to eat, eyes darting to the window overlooking the park. "He's out there," he murmured, pointing. Jenna looked but saw only guests milling about. Yet she couldn't deny the feeling of unease. The air outside felt unnaturally still, like a breath held too long. The Mickey figure was nowhere to be seen, but she knew he was out there somewhere, watching. As evening fell, the park announced the fireworks. Crowds gathered near the castle, and Mark lifted Luke onto his shoulders for a better view. Jenna tried to relax, but something was off. The music accompanying the fireworks was distorted, slightly slowed, almost as if someone had tampered with it. And then she noticed them, small shadows scattered among the crowd, moving in ways that didn't make sense. They were humanoid, but not quite human, wearing Mickey ears, blending into the crowd in an uncanny imitation of parkgoers. Jenna nudged Mark. "Look at them," she whispered, pointing discreetly. Mark squinted, but saw nothing obvious. "I think you're overthinking it," he said. Luke started crying softly. "Mom, he's right behind you." Jenna spun around, heart pounding. Nobody was there. Or maybe someone was, but in a blink they had vanished. The lights of the castle and fireworks flickered, and for a second the world seemed to stretch and warp. She shook her head, thinking she was imagining it, but Luke clung to her, sobbing. They decided to leave. Walking back through Main Street, the crowds had thinned, and the night shadows were long. Jenna thought they were finally safe, but then a street lamp flickered, and she saw it again. The old Mickey figure, now standing in the middle of the street, perfectly still, facing them. But this time, he wasn't alone. Dozens of other figures emerged from the dark alleys and corners, all in faded, distorted Disney costumes, slowly converging toward them. The cheerful music of Main Street warped into something grotesque, echoing, dissonant. Mark froze, unsure if he should run or stay calm. Jenna grabbed Luke's hand and pulled him toward the tram, but the figures kept pace, their movements jerky, unnatural, yet precise. When they reached the tram, it was empty, abandoned. The doors were open as if inviting them in. Desperate, Mark ushered his family inside. As the tram began moving, Jenna looked back. Through the glass, the figures stopped at the edge of the street, standing silently, watching them retreat. Their heads tilted unnaturally in unison, as if acknowledging her fear. The ride back to the parking lot felt interminable. Outside, everything seemed normal, yet the park behind them carried an eerie silence. When they reached their car, Jenna hesitated before opening the door. She swore she saw movement in the parking lot's shadows, faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniably human-shaped. Mark fumbled with the keys, finally starting the car. As they drove away, the park lights disappeared behind them, and the cold weight on Jenna's chest slowly lifted. Back home, Jenna searched online for anything similar. She found a few scattered reports of old costume sightings in Disneyland, mostly dismissed as pranks or hallucinations, but a few accounts were more sinister. Stories of families noticing lifeless figures following them through the park, disappearing when confronted, always wearing decades-old Disney costumes. No one could explain it, and park officials denied everything. Jenna saved these pages, but didn't show Mark or Luke. They would think she was losing it. Weeks passed, but Jenna couldn't forget. Every night, Luke asked to sleep in their bed, claiming he saw someone at his window wearing a Mickey hat. Mark laughed, thinking it was just dreams, but Jenna knew better. Then one night, she noticed something chilling. Luke's backpack, the Mickey Mouse one he'd carried to Disneyland, was no longer in his room. It was placed neatly at the foot of their bed. There was no sign of anyone entering the house. And on the zipper, etched faintly into the fabric, were two small, dark eyes staring up at her. Story the end. I stepped off the bus just as twilight settled over Disneyland Park. The castle's spires lit in soft pastel glows, the scent of churros and cotton candy drifting in the air. I hadn't expected to see any of the usual tsunami of families and couples. The crowd was thin, unusually so. I tightened the straps on my backpack and grabbed a park map. My friend Callie should have met me by the entrance gate, but there'd been no call, no text. I told myself she was probably stuck in traffic, nothing more. I made my way toward Main Street, the empty storefronts casting strange long shadows in the dusk. Even the lights felt subdued, as if someone had turned down the brightness. An eerie hush hung over the place. I felt the first real pang of unease when I saw one of the streetlights flicker off, then back on, right above the ticket booths. There was no one there. No worker, no other visitor, just cold silence. I pulled out my phone. The battery indicator blinked once, then died. Of course, I'd forgotten to charge it. Of all nights to slip the battery, I thought. I tried to keep calm. Nothing to worry about, I told myself again. I had walked back and forth along the main corridor, no sign of Callie. So I decided to head toward the rides she loved the most. Maybe she'd have gone there hoping I'd show, or maybe someone else had spotted her. I passed under the iconic archway leading into the Fantasyland area. The air felt colder. A faint mist curled at the ground, though I saw no fog machines, heard no pumps. On the walkway, I noticed footprints, small, childlike footprints muddy against the clean stone. Odd, because I hadn't seen a child in hours. I followed them, hoping they'd lead me to someone, anything. But they stopped abruptly at the base of a closed-off attraction. The old animatronic boat ride room behind a gate marked, "Under repair, no entry." The gate stood partially open, as though someone had just pushed it and stepped through. Callie's favorite had always been the boat ride. She constantly carried that little plastic sword and shield she'd bought for the pirate show. My heart pounded as I imagined she might have snuck in. Without thinking, I stepped through the gate. The gate clanged shut behind me. I froze. No breeze, just that suffocating hush. The darkness swallowed almost everything beyond a few feet. I could dimly make out rows of silent, animatronic figures slumped over seats in one of the old ride boats. Their paint flaked off, eyes dull. I took an unsteady breath. Electric humming filled my ears, low, ringing tones that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I tried calling out, "Callie," but my voice died before finishing. The only answer came from the speakers above, crackling, static. Then I saw movement. A figure stood by the wall at the far end of the chamber, back turned to me. Tall, slender, still. I told myself it must be a worker, maybe some safety crew checking the repairs. The silhouette raised an arm slowly. I blinked. The hand held a small glowing orb, yellow-green, dim. I couldn't make out their face. "Callie?" I whispered. Nothing. Only the humming and my own pulse loud in my ears. I took a step forward. The figure didn't move. Another step. The orb flickered. I heard a soft breathing, but not human breathing, rasping as if the figure was exhaling the stale air of years trapped underwater. I forced myself to speak again. "Who are you?" Silence. The orb winked out, leaving the room pitch black. I froze. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. My breath caught. I fumbled in my pocket, reaching for my keys, trying to pry out the flashlight I kept clipped there. My fingers brushed cold metal, but the world stayed abyssal. Then footsteps skittered behind me, quick, scraping the ground. I snapped around, nothing there. I tried to run back to the gate, but my legs wouldn't obey. In front of me, the animatronic boats began to shift as if stirred by invisible hands. The silent figures inside slid slightly, heads turning slowly in unison, their mouths twisting wide, mechanical smiles cracking apart. A low moan emanated from the walls, like the groan of a ship's hull under pressure. I closed my eyes, covered my ears, the sound grew louder, screams began to echo, soft at first, then rising into a swarm. Not children's laughs as you'd expect in this park, but anguished cries, distant and hollow. I forced myself to open my eyes. The walls were humming, pulsating like living flesh. Soft, wet slapping sounds filled the air. My throat tightened. I saw something slick and black spread across the stone path, glistening. In that blackness, hands appeared. Dozens of them. Clawing upward, grasping, with fingers long and jagged. I swear I noticed one fingertip flick a tiny drop of blood onto the ground. I dropped to my knees, scrambling downward, crawling toward the gate like an animal. Behind me, the moaning changed pitch, like a chorus of unseen creatures waking. The hands slipped across the stone, oozing forward. Finally, I reached the gate, shoved it open, and fled. The cold night air hit me like a blow. Something behind me slammed the gate shut, incredible force. The clang reverberated, then silence again. I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the otherwise deserted park. When I stopped, shaking, I realized I no longer recognized where I was. No main street, no familiar storefronts, no street lamps. The park had mutated around me. A funnel of darkness seemed to twist above. I felt a trembling in the earth. Then I heard laughter. Childlike giggles echoing from everywhere and nowhere. They rose and fell in maddening waves. I covered my ears, but the sound burrowed deep into my head. The ground beneath me tilted. I grabbed the wrist of a railing and slid downward. The world spun. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a room I didn't recognize. Dim, fluorescent lights overhead. The air smelled of damp concrete and rot. I saw old posters along the walls peeling, advertising a haunted mansion reopening soon. But then the letters, they froze, blackened, then reformed. We never left. I tried to crawl forward, but my body wouldn't obey. My shoulders pressed down as though something heavy sat on them. Behind me, the door slammed shut. I jerked. The shadow of something passed across the door's tiny window. I heard a click. The lock. I could feel breathing close behind. I dared not turn. The smell grew stronger, rotten daisies and rust, or maybe dried blood. A hand touched my shoulder, cold, scaly, heavy. I screamed. My voice cracked, the hand squeezed, and I felt my spine twist with pain. The whispers started, nearly inaudible. Stay, forever. They wait for you. Join us. In that darkness, the whispers swelled, 1,000 voices, all overlapping. My head pounded. I tried to close my ears. I tried to block out their voices. Then I felt one of those childlike footprints pressed gently against my hand like little toes. I glanced down. My flashlight was there, lying on the floor, turned off. I crawled toward it, desperation lending strength. I fumbled until I switched it on. The whiteness of the beam cracked through the dimness. What I saw froze me. Around me stood dozens of figures, children, their faces pale, eyes blank, mouths stretched in silent smiles. Some held hands, some swayed like drunk dancers. Their clothes were torn, ragged, faded. Their skin looked ashen, almost translucent. A faint glow pulsed under their eyes, making them look like drowned things. They turned as one. Their heads tilted sideways at identical angles, straining to look at me. I backed away until I hit the wall. My flashlight trembled. I dropped it. The light flickered. I heard a soft gasp behind me, not human. Then silence. A single dull click. Then darkness. When I awoke, the sun was barely breaking over the horizon. The gates of Disneyland stood before me. Main Street lay empty. No workers, no guests, no ticket booths open. It was as if the park had never opened that day. I stumbled forward. My clothes were wet. Cold dampness trickled down my arm. I looked at my wrist. There was a scratch, small, thin, red-black. The skin felt rough around it, like something had clawed me. I tried to remember where it came from, but my mind blurred at that moment. I burst out before the gates without looking back. The parking lot was vacant, all buses and rides quiet, cars seldom used. I forced my way to the road and stuck out my thumb. I waited hours before a van stopped. The driver glared at me as I climbed in, silent, bloodshot-eyed, trembling. He didn't speak. To this day, I don't know who he was. He drove me away. No music, no radio. Only the soft hum of the engine and the occasional squeak of tires on the asphalt. I stared out the windshield, too broken to notice the shifting city lights. At home that night, I locked every door, pulled down the blinds. Sleep didn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those children, their blank, pale faces, the black hands creeping over the stone. I heard the whispers. I called my friend, the real one. Not the phantom I had chased, but her number rang. It went to voicemail every time. Later, she texted me. "Where are you?" I tried calling. I thought you were on the 7 p.m. shuttle home. I checked my phone. No messages, no calls, nothing since the battery died. My pulse still spikes when I think about going back. I told myself I'd never return, and I haven't. But sometimes, especially at night, I swear I hear giggles at the edge of my window, soft footsteps on the roof. I don't dare look. Maybe it was a twisted mirage, a hallucination triggered by fatigue, heat, dehydration. But I know what I felt. I remember how the gate slammed behind me, the moaning water, the flicker of eyes, the sweet smell of rot and the damp chill in the air, that hovering, breathless cold. And I still can't explain the scratch on my wrist. If you ever find yourself alone in a deserted, magical place, especially one built to charm children, remember, sometimes the magic stays, long after everyone else leaves. Story the end. I remember the first time it happened like it was yesterday, though I wish I could erase it from my memory. It was a late August evening in Anaheim, the kind of night where the heat of the day lingers, clinging to your skin even as the sun dips low behind the park. My girlfriend, Carly, and I had decided to make a spontaneous trip to Disneyland after her cousin couldn't make it. I hadn't been in years, and Carly had never been. The plan was simple. Enjoy the park, ride a few attractions, maybe catch the fireworks, and leave before it got too late. We parked in the structure near the Mickey and Friends entrance and stepped into the park just as the sun was melting into orange and pink hues. At first, everything seemed normal. Crowds of families meandered between shops and rides, children ran with balloons, and the scent of churros and popcorn mixed in the air. But there was an odd stillness beneath the chaos, like the laughter and music were slightly off-key or delayed. Carly noticed it too. It feels weird, she whispered as we walked down Main Street past the castle. I brushed it off, attributing it to my own nerves. I hadn't been to Disneyland as an adult, and nostalgia can play tricks on you. We rode some attractions: Space Mountain, Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion. Haunted Mansion, ironically, seemed the least unsettling. But by the time we got to Adventureland, something changed. We were walking past the Indiana Jones ride when Carly froze. A woman in a red vest and white gloves, standing perfectly still near the entrance, caught her attention. Carly whispered, "Why is she just standing there?" I looked and saw her too. She wasn't a cast member in the usual way. There was something stiff, almost mechanical about her posture. Her face was pale, her eyes sharp and unnerving. And then she spoke, softly, almost a hiss. "Don't stay past closing." I laughed nervously. "It's probably just a performer or something." Carly didn't laugh. She shivered and tugged my arm. "I don't know. That was weird." We tried to shake it off and moved on. But as the evening progressed, the atmosphere grew heavier. Music playing from the speakers sounded distorted, like someone had slowed it down a few beats. The lights in certain areas flickered, particularly near the Jungle Cruise and the pathways behind Adventureland. It wasn't something a guest would notice normally, but my chest started to tighten, and I realized Carly felt it too. After the fireworks ended, the park was mostly emptying. We decided to go for one last ride on the Tiki Room. Carly stayed near the entrance while I checked my phone. When I looked up, she was gone. I called her, texted her, nothing. I walked through the seating area, asking nearby guests if they'd seen her. They shook their heads. Panic settled in. Then I noticed a gate at the back of the attraction, partially hidden behind some fake vines. A small sign read "Cast Member Access Only." The gate was slightly ajar. Something inside me told me she had gone through it. Against every instinct, I pushed it open. Behind it was a narrow, dimly lit corridor. The sound of the park vanished instantly. The air smelled of dust, mildew, and something faintly metallic. My phone flashlight barely illuminated the hallway. I called out for Carly, but the voice that returned was my own echo, swallowed by the darkness. I moved cautiously forward, and that's when I heard it. A soft sobbing, barely audible, coming from a side corridor. "Carly?" I whispered, stepping toward the sound. It stopped immediately. I froze, heart hammering. A shadow moved, and I realized it was a figure in a red vest, the same as the woman from earlier. Her face was pale, almost waxy, and her gloves were smeared with something dark, unidentifiable. "You shouldn't be here," she said. Her voice was calm, flat, but it carried a weight that made my blood run cold. "I'm looking for my girlfriend," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Have you seen her?" She tilted her head, unnaturally like a broken animatronic. "She's with the others." "Others?" My voice trembled. "They don't smile," she said. "She should have smiled." I turned to run, and her movements snapped into something faster, more urgent. Behind me, footsteps echoed, not hers alone, but several sets, gaining quickly. I didn't look back. I ran down the corridor, taking sharp turns, ducking behind crates and piles of old props. The hallway twisted impossibly, like the building itself was reshaping around me. I could hear whispers, soft and relentless, coming from all directions. "Smile, follow, don't leave." I finally burst into a large workshop filled with old ride vehicles and dismantled animatronics. And that's when I saw it, a wall covered in photographs. Hundreds of them, faces frozen in happiness, families, children, employees, all taken inside Disneyland. Some were years old, faded, but many were recent, printed on fresh paper. And there, near the center, was Carly. She was in the exact spot where I had lost her, eyes wide and frozen in confusion, mouth slightly open. I stumbled backward. "Carly!" I shouted, but there was no movement in the photo. Another figure appeared, a man, middle-aged, wearing a dark blue custodial uniform. His expression was calm, almost gentle, but his eyes were hollow. "She's below," he said simply. Before I could respond, a sudden alarm rang out somewhere in the distance. Red lights flashed along the walls. Figures in red vests emerged from the shadows silently and started moving toward me. I bolted. The chase was a blur of metal doors, narrow hallways, and crates. I ran until I burst through a heavy metal door and found myself in the open, behind the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction. I didn't stop. I ran through New Orleans Square, dodging the last stragglers of the park, until I finally reached the parking structure. There, sitting in the car, was Carly. She hadn't walked. She hadn't run. She had simply appeared in the lot, her hands gripping the steering wheel, eyes wide and unblinking. I, I don't remember, she whispered. I don't remember leaving Adventureland. I drove away without a word, the lights of the park shrinking behind us. The following days were strange. Carly had nightmares. Hallways that twisted impossibly, white-gloved hands reaching for her, voices whispering about smiling and following rules, and I obsessively reviewed the photos I had taken. Among them, a single, chilling image, the service gate I had gone through, slightly ajar, and in the darkness behind it, a pair of white-gloved hands, faintly illuminated, reaching toward the opening. Even now, years later, when Carly and I drive past Disneyland, I can't help but feel that something watches us from behind those gates, waiting for the next visitor who doesn't smile. Story the end. I had always loved Disneyland. Growing up just outside Anaheim, I'd spent countless weekends wandering the park with my parents, my little sister, and a pair of best friends who lived down the street. As an adult, I still went whenever I could, though usually for special occasions or nostalgia trips. Last summer, I decided to go alone. It was mid-July, during the slower morning hours before the crowds really hit. I wanted to walk at my own pace, take pictures, enjoy the rides without waiting in long lines, and maybe revisit some corners of the park I hadn't been to in years. I arrived just before 9 in the morning. The air was warm and sticky, the smells of churros and popcorn strong, even before I stepped inside the gates. At first, everything was familiar. Music wafted from hidden speakers, laughter and chatter filled the air, and the park seemed alive in the way I remembered. But as I moved past Main Street toward Adventureland, I noticed something odd, something I couldn't immediately explain. There was a group of people near the entrance to the Jungle Cruise. At first, I thought it was just a family or a tour group, but the more I looked, the less natural it seemed. The adults weren't talking to the kids weren't talking to each other. All of them were staring straight ahead, perfectly still, almost like mannequins. My stomach sank. I tried to laugh it off, assuming they were just waiting patiently for their turn on the ride. But the longer I stared, the more the scene felt wrong. I decided to move on quickly, heading toward the enchanted tiki room. Normally, the area would have been bustling with tourists, but this section of Adventureland was eerily quiet. The usual chatter, the scent of roasted nuts from the nearby cart, even the faint sound of tropical music from the ride, it was all muted, as if someone had turned down the volume of the world. I reached the entrance to the tiki room and paused. The doors were open, inviting, but no one was inside. Not a single cast member, no guests, just the flickering lights of the animatronics frozen in their permanent, cheerful poses. I thought maybe I just missed the start of the show, so I stepped inside. The air was warm, humid, and smelled faintly of machinery oil. I reached for the emergency exit doors to check if anyone was in the control room, and that's when I noticed it, a shadow moving across the far wall. It wasn't one of the birds or the tiki statues. It was tall, human-shaped, but somehow wrong. Too angular, too sharp at the edges, like someone had cut it out of paper and placed it there. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but curiosity, stubbornness, or maybe just disbelief kept me there for a few more seconds. The shadow shifted slightly, almost as if acknowledging me. I didn't wait any longer. I ran out of the tiki room, heart hammering. I needed to find other people, any people, to remind myself this was normal. I ran past the enchanted tiki room exit toward the Jungle Cruise loading area. That's when I saw him, a cast member, dressed in the classic skipper uniform, standing completely still, staring straight at the water. I called out, "Excuse me, are you okay?" He didn't move, didn't turn, didn't blink. I approached cautiously, but the closer I got, the more wrong he looked. His posture was rigid, almost mechanical. His uniform seemed too pristine, too stiff, like it had been starched and ironed in a way no human would naturally wear it. I took a step back. That's when I noticed something even more disturbing. A reflection in the water. In the reflection, he didn't have a face. His head was smooth like a featureless mask. My stomach turned. I stumbled backward and turned away, and the moment I did, I noticed movement elsewhere. Shadows stretching and twisting across the walkways, dark figures slipping between the trees, too quick and fluid to be ordinary guests or staff. I started running. Adventureland, which had seemed quaint and familiar, now felt like a labyrinth. The usual signs, the cheerful arrows pointing toward rides and restaurants, all seemed off. Some of them pointed nowhere. Some led into paths that didn't exist. I passed the exit for the Indiana Jones ride and froze. A group of children was standing there. They weren't moving, weren't blinking, just standing and staring straight ahead. But it wasn't their stillness that unnerved me. It was their eyes. Completely black. No irises, no whites. Just endless darkness. Panic surged through me. I ran toward New Orleans Square, hoping to find crowds, noise, life. But as I turned the corner, the entire area was deserted. Shops closed, signs hanging limp, street lamps flickering. The faint sounds of Disney music played somewhere far away, but it was warped, distorted, like it had been slowed down and played backward. I could feel my pulse in my ears. Every instinct screamed to leave, to escape, to get back to the parking lot. Then I saw him again, the cast member. He was standing near the entrance to the haunted mansion. Same rigid posture, same featureless face, but now he wasn't alone. Behind him, dozens of similar figures had appeared. Guests, cast members, children, some smiling, some frozen in mid-motion, but all with the same hollow, lifeless quality. They didn't move toward me, not yet, but the air around them felt thick, oppressive, like the calm before a storm. I tried to find an exit. I ran down the narrow side alley between shops, turning corners, weaving through hidden walkways I didn't even remember from my childhood. Every turn brought more of them, figures frozen mid-step, heads tilted at unnatural angles, eyes fixed on me. I couldn't breathe. My chest ached, my legs burned, but I had to keep moving. Finally, I stumbled upon a small service door behind one of the restaurants. It was marked Staff Access. I didn't hesitate. I pushed it open and stepped into a dimly lit corridor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in uneven intervals. I could hear distant mechanical hums and the faint sound of footsteps echoing somewhere below. The corridor twisted and turned, and I realized I had entered the utilidor system, the network of tunnels Disneyland uses for operations, hidden from guests above. I ran through the maze of tunnels, trying to keep track of the direction, but it all looked the same. Gray walls, pipes overhead, emergency lights casting long shadows. I could feel them behind me, following. I didn't dare look back, but I could sense their presence, like icy fingers brushing against the back of my neck. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes, I found a small room with monitors showing the park above. On the screens, the shadows and faceless figures were everywhere, converging on areas that were empty of actual guests. One of the monitors showed Main Street. The buildings glowed, bright and cheerful, but the street itself was crawling with those lifeless figures. They were moving in unison now, perfectly synchronized, like puppets controlled by some unseen hand. A voice called out behind me, "You shouldn't be here." I spun around. A cast member, older this time, looked at me with fear in his eyes. Some guests, they never leave once the park closes. They get stuck. We don't know why, but they keep appearing. Some of them aren't alive, not really, and they're drawn to people who are alone. My legs refused to move. My mouth was dry. "What do?" I whispered. He hesitated. "There's an emergency exit. Follow me. Don't stop. And whatever you do, don't look back." I followed him down another corridor. The footsteps behind us grew louder, echoing perfectly in sync like 100 people marching in time with my heartbeat. Shadows moved along the walls, stretching impossibly long, curling around corners, following us. My panic turned into pure terror. Finally, we reached a heavy metal door at the end of the tunnel. He swiped a keycard and the door swung open to the back alley behind the park. The night air hit me like a wall. Cars drove past, people laughed somewhere in the distance. Real life. "You're safe now," the cast member said. "Go. Don't stop moving. Don't come back after dark." I didn't argue. I ran to my car and didn't stop until I was on the freeway, headlights cutting through the night. Only once I was miles away did I allow myself to look in the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the park. Faceless. Still. Watching. I've never returned to Disneyland at night since. Even thinking about that day brings a chill down my spine. I know some will dismiss it as imagination, exhaustion, or a bad dream, but I know what I saw. I felt it. And sometimes, when the night is quiet and I'm alone, I can still hear the faint hum of distorted Disney music and the whispering of those unseen guests waiting for the park to empty again. Story the end. It was mid-August when my college friends and I decided to take a trip to Disneyland. I was 21, freshly graduated, and ready to celebrate summer before starting a grueling internship in the fall. My friends, Rachel, Tyler, and Josh, were just as excited. Rachel had planned the trip meticulously: fast passes, dining reservations, even the hotels. Tyler and Josh were along for the ride, mostly to escape their summer boredom. I didn't complain. I loved Disneyland as a kid, and I was eager to see if it still held that magic. We arrived at the park just after the gates opened. The morning air smelled like popcorn, churros, and sunscreen. Families milled about, kids tugging at parents' hands, excited squeals filling the air. We started in Fantasyland, riding Peter Pan, Dumbo, and the Matterhorn. Everything was perfect. Until lunch. We were eating near the entrance of Tomorrowland when I noticed a man standing across the walkway. At first, I thought he was just another tourist, but something about him felt off. He wore a dark green jacket and khaki pants, the uniform vaguely resembling what a cast member might wear, but it was too worn, too dirty. His posture was stiff, and he wasn't smiling. He just stood there watching us. "Hey," I said to Rachel, pointing discreetly. "Do you see that guy over there?" Rachel glanced and shrugged. "Probably a cast member or security. Why?" "I don't know," I said. "He's weird. Staring." Tyler laughed. "It's Disneyland. Everyone's weird. Don't overthink it." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling, that uneasy sensation that something was wrong. But I ignored it, telling myself it was just the heat and the crowds making me paranoid. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident. We rode Space Mountain, Pirates of the Caribbean, and even snagged front row seats for the fireworks. But whenever we turned a corner, I saw him again. Not following closely, but always in the distance, just standing, watching. Around 6 in the evening, Rachel suggested we explore a section of the park that wasn't heavily trafficked, near New Orleans Square and the back of Frontierland. She had read online about a hidden alleyway where some old rides had been decommissioned, supposedly still accessible if you knew the right route. Tyler and Josh hesitated, but Rachel was insistent. "It's just a short walk. Come on. It'll be fun." We slipped through a small side gate behind a concession stand and entered a narrow service path. The sounds of the park faded quickly. The laughter, music, and chatter became distant echoes. The path was dark, narrow, and smelled faintly of bleach and engine oil. Trash bins overflowed, weeds sprouted through cracks in the pavement, and the walls were streaked with grime. The magical illusion of Disneyland was gone. I started feeling a tight knot in my stomach. "Guys, maybe we shouldn't." Rachel waved me off. "Relax, we're fine." We continued down the path until it opened into a small courtyard. That's when we saw it. A figure standing at the far end. The man. He was closer now, taller than I remembered, his face partially obscured by shadow. But I could see enough to know he wasn't normal. His skin was pale, almost waxy, and his eyes empty. He didn't blink. He didn't move like a human. Josh whispered. The man tilted his head unnaturally, slowly, deliberately. Then he took a step. One single, mechanical-sounding step, and the metal joint in his knee made a loud, scraping noise that echoed across the courtyard. "Run!" I yelled. We bolted without thinking, stumbling over debris and uneven pavement. The sound of metal scraping followed us, echoing behind us like a predator. I dared to glance back and saw him moving toward us with impossible speed, limbs jerking in ways no humans could. We reached a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, dead-ending the alley. Tyler pounded on it in frustration. "We're trapped!" Then I saw it. A small maintenance ladder bolted to the side of a building. Without hesitation, we climbed. I helped Josh up first, then Rachel, then Tyler. He nearly slipped, and I grabbed his arm just as the figure reached the base of the ladder. Its hand, it wasn't quite a hand, more like a grotesque metal appendage, clawing for him. He scrambled up and tumbled onto the rooftop. We lay there, gasping, watching as the figure paused at the base of the ladder. Its blank face turned toward us, tilting unnaturally, then it slowly backed into the shadows of the courtyard. We stayed on that roof until we could catch our breath, hearts pounding, trying to convince ourselves it had gone. Eventually, we climbed down using another fire escape and managed to find a public path. By then, the park's crowds and lights felt surreal, like nothing we had just experienced had been real. We reported it to a cast member at the nearest security station. He listened quietly, expression neutral. "Which area did you go to?" he asked. We described the courtyard near Frontierland, but he just nodded. That area is restricted for a reason. Guests aren't allowed back there. Restricted for a reason? Something tried to grab Tyler, Rachel exclaimed. The man's expression didn't change. He didn't offer help or sympathy. There is nothing dangerous back there. You should avoid it next time. We left without another word. None of us spoke much on the walk back to our hotel. Even later that night, the images replayed in my mind. The unnatural tilt of his head, the scraping sound of his movement, the certainty in his blank eyes. The next morning, we looked at photos Rachel had taken during the day. In the background of one shot near Matterhorn, a tall, dark figure lurked behind the crowd. In another, taken near Pirates, the same figure appeared, closer this time, seemingly following us. I tried rationalizing it. Maybe it was a cast member on break, a costume malfunction, shadows tricking my mind. But deep down, I knew what we saw was real. Weeks later, I stumbled across a blog by a former Disneyland employee. They wrote about the park's backstage anomalies, a section restricted to staff and maintenance, where experimental animatronics were tested. Some had malfunctioned, exhibiting erratic, lifelike behaviors. I haven't returned to Disneyland since that trip. I don't want to. But sometimes, late at night, I see the same figure in the corner of my dreams. A tall, blank-faced entity, standing in the shadows, watching, waiting. Disneyland is supposed to be the happiest place on Earth. But there are corners even the happiest place hides. Corners where the magic fades and something else waits, patient and silent. Story the end. It was a Wednesday evening in late October when I found myself walking through the gates of Disneyland alone. I usually went with friends or family, but that week, everyone I knew was busy. I had worked an exhausting shift at the hospital, and something about the lights, the music, the smells of churros and roasted nuts drew me in like a siren. Disneyland had always been my happy place, a refuge from the world. That night, though, it felt different. Quieter, almost like it was waiting. I started at Main Street, taking in the twinkling lights and watching the fireworks in the distance. Families and couples bustled around me, but I didn't feel like joining them. I wanted to explore. I wanted the park to be mine for a few hours, to wander without schedules or lines. As I moved deeper, I noticed the shadows between buildings seemed darker than usual, the noises softer, the usual park chatter oddly hollow. By the time I reached Adventureland, the night had grown colder, and the crowds were thinning. I passed the Indiana Jones ride and felt a strange pull toward the back of the attraction, where the path narrowed and led to a gate that most guests probably never noticed. It was slightly ajar. I paused, debating whether to go back. Something in me, a mix of curiosity and recklessness, made me push it open. Inside was a narrow hallway, dimly lit by a flickering red light overhead. The music from the park was gone. Every sound I made echoed unnaturally, like the walls themselves were swallowing it. I called out, half expecting someone to answer, but no one did. My heart started to race, but I told myself it was fine. Maintenance areas were normal. The park was huge. People often got lost. I walked further, noticing doors on either side, some marked with numbers, others plain. One of the doors was slightly open and a faint light spilled out. I stepped closer. Inside was a small storage room, filled with cleaning equipment and stacks of old signs. But then I saw something that froze me. A small pair of shoes, dusty and worn, sitting neatly at the center of the room. No jacket, no backpack, just the shoes. A shiver ran down my spine. I whispered, "Hello?" Nothing. I reached for the shoes, and suddenly I heard it, a soft, childlike giggle from the corner of the room. My breath caught in my throat. I spun toward the sound, but there was nothing. I turned to leave, and that's when I noticed the walls. There were marks, scratches that weren't there before, as if someone or something had been clawing at the paint. The air grew colder. I could see my breath, even though it wasn't that cold yet. The giggling started again, louder this time, closer. Panicked, I pushed the door open fully and ran down the corridor. The hallway twisted in ways that didn't make sense, sharp corners leading to other corridors, and all dimly lit. My footsteps echoed against the concrete. Somewhere behind me, I heard soft shuffling like someone was following, but when I turned, there was nothing. I came to another door, slightly open, and this time I could hear whispers, words I couldn't understand, soft and fast, overlapping like 100 voices speaking at once. My stomach turned. I forced myself to keep moving, hoping to find a familiar exit. Then I saw her, a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, standing in the middle of the hallway. She wore a tattered dress, her hair long and dark, hanging over her face. She didn't move when I approached. Her head tilted unnaturally, as though she were observing me from a wrong angle. I called out, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" The girl tilted her head further, then slowly lifted one arm, pointing down the corridor. I noticed then that shadows were gathering around her, thick, dark, moving independently of the dim light. The shadows seemed alive, slithering along the walls and floor, twisting toward the little girl and me. I stumbled back. I don't know what you want from me." She tilted her head again, and for a moment her face was visible. Her eyes were black pits, reflecting nothing, and her mouth stretched in a wide, unnatural grin. Then the shadows surged forward. They didn't touch me, but they circled the girl, lifting her slightly off the ground. The whispers grew louder, forming words I could almost understand. "Stay. Join us." I turned and ran, heart hammering, down twisting corridors that seemed to stretch endlessly. Every turn looked the same, every door looked the same, and yet I knew I hadn't been down some of these paths before. The whispers followed, echoing off the walls, the giggling cutting through them like a knife. Finally, I stumbled into a wider chamber. The emergency lights flickered overhead, revealing pipes and walls I didn't recognize. And there she was again, the girl, hovering inches off the floor, shadows curling around her like smoke. I realized then that the shadows weren't just shadows. They were bodies, twisted forms of children, suspended in midair, their faces blank, their limbs bent at impossible angles. They were surrounding her, almost protective, almost worshipful. The girl spoke then, her voice a mix of hundreds of whispers, all layered together. "One of you must stay." I froze. I didn't know what to do. The shadows twisted, reaching for me, and I could see Lily, my own inner rationality, screaming that this wasn't real, it couldn't be. But the fear in my chest told me otherwise. I backed up, trying to find an exit. The shadows surged, and I felt the chill of their touch like ice against my skin. My legs moved without thinking, and somehow I found a small door at the far end of the chamber. It had no handle, just a rectangular panel. I pressed my shoulder against it, and it gave way. I stumbled through. I don't remember how long I ran, but eventually I emerged near the Jungle Cruise, back in the part of the park where families were still walking, oblivious to what I had just seen. The music was normal, the lights twinkling. I looked around, breathing heavily, heart still racing. The girl was gone. The shadows were gone. Everything seemed perfect. Too perfect. I left the park that night without looking back. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? I don't know if it was a haunting, a hallucination, or something else entirely, but I know what I felt and I know what I saw. Months later, I received an email from Danny. He had taken photos on his phone that night. One image stood out. In the corner, a small girl in a tattered dress, eyes black, mouth stretched unnaturally wide. Behind her, faintly, shadows curling upward like smoke, and in the background, a faint glimpse of me, frozen in the corridor, staring at her. I deleted the email, but sometimes, late at night, I think I see her in reflections in the corner of my vision. And I know that part of Disneyland, the tunnels, the back corridors, the places no guest should ever go, are alive, watching, waiting. I haven't been back. I don't plan to. And if you ever hear laughter in the corridors soft and hollow, don't follow it. Whatever is behind those doors, it doesn't want to let you leave. Story the end. I was working at Disneyland during the summer of 2018. I had just turned 21 and landed a seasonal job as a cast member in Fantasyland. My position was simple: monitor the small rides, help guests, and ensure safety procedures were followed. The park was packed every day, the heat relentless, and the smell of churros and fried food constantly in the air. Most days were ordinary, but there was one night that I'll never forget. One night that made me question whether the magic of Disneyland was entirely wholesome. It was a Tuesday, late July. The park stayed open later for a special fireworks show, and most guests had already gathered in front of Sleeping Beauty Castle for the spectacle. I was stationed near It's a Small World, checking that lines were moving smoothly and that no children wandered off. The ride itself was closed at the moment for a short maintenance cycle, so I was mostly walking along the ropes, keeping an eye on things. That's when I saw her, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, standing alone near the entrance of the ride. She wore a pale yellow dress, the kind you'd imagine a Disney princess would wear, and her hair was tied in a neat braid. At first, I thought she had wandered away from her parents. I called out gently, "Hey, hey, sweetie, are you with someone?" She didn't answer. She just stared at me, not with curiosity or fear or confusion, but with a blank, unwavering expression. Her eyes were wide, unnaturally wide, and her face was pale, almost gray under the flickering overhead lights. I crouched down to her level. "Do you need help finding your parents?" Still nothing. She simply stood there, her small hands clasped in front of her. I reached out slowly, thinking maybe she had hearing issues. The moment my fingers were near her, she flinched slightly, then took a step back. That's when I noticed it. Her feet didn't quite touch the ground, just slightly, as if she was floating an inch above the pavement. My stomach dropped. "Hey!" I called again, louder this time. A maintenance worker was passing by, and I waved him over. "Do you see that kid?" I asked him, pointing. He squinted. No?" By the time he turned to look again, she was gone. Completely. No trace of her. The ropes, the pavement, the shadows. Nothing. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe my tired mind was playing games. Disneyland was designed to feel magical, after all. But the unease lingered. I finished my duties that night, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As the fireworks began and the music swelled over the park, I wandered toward the employee exit to clock out. That's when I noticed the same little girl standing across the walkway, near the line for Peter Pan's flight. Same pale dress, same blank stare. I froze. I tried to walk past her casually, thinking maybe she would disappear again. But as I stepped closer, I realized that the ground beneath her feet was completely dry. No shadows, no distortion in the concrete. She simply existed. "Who are you?" I whispered, almost to myself. Her head tilted slightly and she let out a soft giggle. Not the kind of innocent laugh you'd expect from a child. It was hollow, echoing unnaturally like someone playing a recording underwater. Then she vanished again. The next day, I tried to tell a few coworkers. Most laughed, assuming I was exaggerating or tired from the late shift. But one, an older employee named Mark, took me seriously. He had worked at Disneyland for over 15 years. "Don't go alone in Fantasyland after hours," he said quietly, "especially near the old rides. Some things linger there." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He shook his head. "Years ago, before the park got all its cameras and security measures, kids would disappear, usually from Fantasyland or near the water rides. They'd be gone for hours, sometimes days, and sometimes they were never found. The stories never made it to the public. Management didn't want lawsuits, but the cast members know. You don't see them, but they're still there, waiting." I wanted to laugh it off, but something in his tone made me shiver. A week later, I was assigned to clean up after the fireworks show. Most guests had left, leaving behind glowing wands, empty popcorn boxes, and the occasional forgotten jacket. I walked past It's a Small World again. The lights were dimmed and the mechanical music was off. The area was quiet, eerily quiet. That's when I heard it. A small whisper. "James. My name." I spun around, flashlight sweeping the pavement, but there was no one. Just shadows stretching unnaturally in the glow of the fading streetlights. I felt a tug at my sleeve. I yanked it back instinctively, heart pounding, and looked down. The little girl was there, her braids swinging slightly, her yellow dress dirtied in a way it hadn't been before. She reached up toward me. I stumbled back. "Stay back!" I shouted. She didn't move backward. Instead, she began floating slowly toward me, her small feet still inches above the ground. Then her face changed. Not fully, but enough. Her eyes blackened slightly, the pale skin turning grayish, and her giggle warped into a high-pitched, distorted sound that made my ears ring. I ran. I don't remember how I got to the employee exit, but I did. I slammed the doors behind me and didn't stop until I reached my car. I called Mark, shaking, trying to explain what had just happened. "You saw her," he said quietly. "That's the one they call the Forgotten. She's been showing up at the park for decades. Not every night, not to every employee, but some of us, we see her, and she doesn't like to be ignored." I didn't sleep that night. The following days were a haze of paranoia and anxiety. I kept seeing glimpses of her in reflective surfaces, the glass of the ride entrances, the shiny metal railings, even in the water fountains, always staring, always floating. I eventually transferred to Adventureland. I thought distance would help, but the sightings didn't stop entirely. The first week, while checking the Jungle Cruise, I noticed a small handprint on the railing. It wasn't wet or muddy, just there, perfectly clear, as if pressed by a tiny hand moments ago. Mark didn't seem surprised when I showed him. She follows. She doesn't forget. I quit Disneyland 6 months later. I couldn't handle the fear anymore. But even now, years later, whenever I pass a theme park, a reflection in a window, or hear children laughing in the distance, I feel her. The little girl in the yellow dress, floating just above the ground, staring, waiting. Sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I can hear the faint giggle echoing in my room. James. Always James. I've never told anyone outside the park what really happened. People would think I was crazy. But I know what I saw. I felt it. And I know she's still out there, somewhere in Disneyland, waiting for someone new to see her. Story the end. The first thing I remember is the smell. Sweet, warm, a mix of churros and popcorn drifting through the California night. Disneyland always carried that scent, even near closing, even after families had trudged out with strollers and glow wands. I'd worked at the park for 6 years, long enough to grow numb to the forced cheerfulness and animatronic repetition. But that night was different long before anything went wrong. It happened in mid-October on one of those special ticket Halloween nights when the park stayed open later and cast members wore darker palettes. Fog machines pumped thick, rolling clouds along Main Street, and orange lights flickered across the buildings. It felt festive for the guests. For us employees, it was a night of crowd control headaches and long shifts. I had been assigned to Adventureland near the Jungle Cruise. My job was simple: monitor guest flow, answer questions, make sure no one snuck backstage. Pretty routine. But around 11 p.m., when the spooky event crowd began thinning and the last parade music faded, I noticed something off. The Jungle Cruise boats had already been cycled out and parked for the night. The dock was dark, the animatronics powered down, and the artificial river lay still except for the faint ripple of filtration systems. And yet I heard a boat engine. Not the real engine. They only ran during operation hours. This one sounded wrong, like a deep, rattling churn coming from within the dark tunnel where the boats first disappear into the ride. I radioed my lead. Probably a system cycle, he said. Filtration can make weird noises after shutdown, but I'd heard those systems for years. This wasn't that. The sound grew louder, closer, like something heavy sloshing forward. The fog around the water drifted thicker than before. I smelled something new beneath the churros and popcorn, something earthy, wet, like old river mud. Not the sanitized stuff Disney pumped into the water. This smelled real. I took a few cautious steps toward the dock rail. The engine noise cut out instantly. Silence sank over the entire area. I didn't hear guests anymore. No chatter, no footsteps, no laughter from Tarzan's treehouse path. I realized I couldn't even hear distant music from New Orleans Square. It felt like the whole park had muted itself. That was when I noticed something floating along the empty river. A boat. One of the Jungle Cruise boats, drifting silently, its lights completely off. No skipper aboard, no passengers, just gliding toward the loading area as though guided by an invisible hand. I froze. Boats didn't move without power. They didn't drift freely. They ran on a track. I leaned over the rail only a foot or two, and just enough to see into the dark interior as it neared. That was when something moved. Not a person. Not an animal. A shape, low, hunched, white like bleached driftwood, scuttled across the deck of the boat and slipped over the far side into the water with a sound like wet hands slapping. I stumbled backward, adrenaline shooting up my spine so fast I felt dizzy. I fumbled for my radio. Control? We might have an intruder in the water. Something's moving near the Jungle Cruise River. Before they could reply, the water rippled violently as though something large was swimming just beneath the surface. But there were no alligators, no live creatures here. Everything was fake. I heard the thing again, wet slapping, dragging, scraping against the underside of the dock. A moment later came a metallic clang, like something knocking against the support beams beneath my feet. That was enough for me. I backed away, scanning for any movement. My radio crackled with static, but no voices came through. The lights overhead flickered. The area fell dim, then lit again, then dimmer, as if the park's electrical system were struggling. More fog rolled in, far thicker than the machines ever produced. It swallowed the jungle foliage around me, smothering the artificial croaks and chirps hidden in the trees. Then I heard the laughter, children's laughter, soft, echoing, distorted, coming from deep inside the ride's tunnel. I knew there were no guests left on the ride. The ride had been empty for almost an hour. The laughter grew louder, closer. Along with it came a slow, rhythmic tapping on wood, like small fingers trailing along the side of a boat. I didn't wait around. I went straight to the nearest backstage gate and tried to swipe my cast member ID. The scanner beeped red. Not valid. I tried again. Beep. Red. A cold feeling crept through my chest. Those gates never malfunctioned. I turned, scanning the walkway. Something shifted in the fog behind me. At first, I thought it was a person. A guest who'd gotten lost. Someone to escort out safely. But the figure was too small and too still, and the way the fog curled around it made me uneasy. I stepped closer. "Hey, sir? Ma'am? Are you okay? Park's closing, so..." The figure tilted its head. A child. At least, it looked like a child. But no kid should be out there alone. No kid should be standing so still, so silently. And no kid should appear out of nowhere in restricted spaces. The child took one step toward me, and I saw its face. Or rather, I didn't see one. There were no features. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, pale skin where a face should have been. My breath caught painfully. I couldn't move. The child raised one hand slowly, as if reaching toward me. Something splashed in the water behind me. The child's head snapped toward the river with a twitch like a broken marionette. Then it ran, not toward me, but toward the docks, moving impossibly fast, limbs jerking in unnatural angles. I bolted in the opposite direction, grabbing for the next backstage gate. The ID scanner lit green. I flew through the door and slammed it shut. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. I leaned against the wall, breathing fast, trying to collect myself. Behind the door, something brushed along the wood. Light taps like fingernails. I didn't open it. I didn't even look through the gap. Instead, I sprinted through the backstage corridors and didn't stop until I reached the cast cafeteria area, where fluorescent lights and human voices finally broke the silence. A few custodial workers were finishing their shift meals. One of them looked up at me. "Dude, you okay?" I must have looked pale. I tried to explain what I'd seen. The boat, the shape, the faceless child, but the words came out fragmented and shaky. The workers exchanged looks, not mocking, but uneasy. One of them, an older guy named Rob, who'd been at the park since I was in high school, asked me quietly, "Where exactly did you see it?" I swallowed hard. "Adventureland, by the river." Rob nodded slowly, like he wasn't surprised. Then he told me a story. Back in the 70s, long before strict safety protocols, a kid drowned in that river. He had climbed out of the boat during the ride, trying to impress friends, slipped, hit the track rail, and went under. By the time employees pulled him out, it was too late. After that, strange things happened around the ride. Boats drifting on their own, children heard giggling when the ride was closed, cast members seeing figures on the riverbanks at night. Disney, of course, covered it up, said the death never happened. But cast members whispered about it for decades. "Most people don't see anything," Rob said, "only a few, usually on foggy nights." I wished he hadn't said that. I wished he'd brushed it off as imagination. Instead, he lowered his voice further. "And whatever you think you saw, you didn't see the worst of it." I didn't want to know what the worst was, but I learned, because it didn't end there. Over the next week, things kept happening. I'd walk through Adventureland during morning inspections and feel watched. I'd hear little footsteps behind me, but no one would be there. I'd hear splashes from the water, even though the ride was shut down. One morning, I found a child's handprint on the inside of the Jungle Cruise boat windshield. No kids had been on the ride yet. The print was smeared, wet, muddy, and small. Maintenance blamed condensation. Security blamed prankster cast members. But I knew better. I told my lead I wanted to transfer to a different land. He approved it within a day. Maybe he sensed how shaken I was. Maybe he'd heard similar stories from others. I didn't ask. A week later, on my last shift in Adventureland, I stayed late to help close out. It was routine. Sweep the area, lock up the props, shut down the lights. As I walked past the Jungle Cruise River one final time, I glanced at the still water. In the reflection behind my shoulder, I saw a small silhouette. A child, head tilted, standing right behind me. I didn't turn around, I didn't breathe. I walked straight to the exit, keeping my eyes on the reflection until it disappeared into fog. I turned in my Adventureland badge that night and never worked another shift there again. But sometimes, usually when I'm tired after a long day, usually when I'm lying in bed and the room is dark, I hear that same faint tapping, like small fingers brushing against wood, like something trying to get in. I tell myself it's just the house settling. I tell myself it's just old pipes. But in the back of my mind, I remember that smooth, faceless head and those impossible footsteps. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, something followed me out. Something that never left the river. Something that still wants someone to play with. Story the end. The year I turned 28 was the year I finally agreed to take my niece Haley to Disneyland. I had lived in California most of my life, just an hour outside of Anaheim, but I never cared much for theme parks. My sister, Nicole, was a single mom working double shifts at a hospital, and she didn't have time to take Haley herself. I'd promised for years that one day I'd do it, but work always got in the way. Finally, feeling guilty, I picked a weekend in mid-July and told Haley I'd take her. She screamed for a full minute straight. We went on a Saturday, the hottest day of that summer. The kind of heat that makes your shirt stick to your back before you've even parked the car. Traffic was backed up down Disneyland Drive, but Haley didn't care. She sat in the back seat with Mickey ears on, swinging her legs and talking so fast she barely breathed. I remember thinking it would be a long, exhausting day, but nothing dangerous, nothing that would haunt me afterward. Our trouble began in the first hour, though I didn't recognize it as trouble at the time. We entered the park around 9 a.m., Haley begged to go on Pirates of the Caribbean first. It was one of the few rides she wasn't tall enough for during her last visit, and she was determined to do it now. Let's start with something shorter, I told her, but she was already pulling me toward New Orleans Square. The line wasn't too bad, maybe 20 minutes. But right before we stepped into our boat, something strange happened. A cast member near the loading platform, an older man, maybe late 50s, tall and thin, was staring at Haley, not smiling. Not doing the usual friendly cast member routine, just staring. I noticed him because he didn't blink. He wore the standard costume for the ride, white shirt, brown vest, striped pants. Everything normal except his posture. Too stiff, too still. His eyes didn't leave Haley, even when the other cast member next to him tried to hand him something. "Sir," the younger cast member said, waving a clipboard. "Can you?" Nothing, not even a twitch. The young cast member looked confused, shrugged, and walked away, clearly deciding it wasn't his problem. I tried to brush it off. Maybe the older man was exhausted. Maybe he was zoning out. But when our boat moved and drifted into the darkness, Haley whispered, "Why was that man staring at me?" I didn't know what to say. We finished the ride. Everything seemed normal again. By the time we stepped off, I had convinced myself we imagined the weirdness. But at the exit platform, as we got off and stepped onto the walkway, he was there again. The same man, same vest, same stiff stance, same unblinking stare. He was on the opposite side of the exit path, partly in shadow. Other guests walked past him without even glancing in his direction. "Come on," I said, grabbing Haley's hand and moving quickly toward the gift shop. My heart was pounding harder than it should. Why? It was just a guy. A weird guy. But nothing supernatural. That's what I told myself. For the next couple hours, I didn't see him. We rode Haunted Mansion, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, and got lunch. I relaxed. Haley brought up the staring man once more, but I told her he was probably just thinking about something and didn't even notice her. She didn't look convinced, but she dropped it. Around 3 p.m., while we were waiting in line for a churro near Frontierland, I saw him again. At first, I didn't register it. He was standing behind a group of people near the entrance to a side path. Same stiff posture, same uniform, same blank, unblinking stare. But this time he wasn't looking at Haley, he was looking at me. The churro vendor asked me what I wanted, but I couldn't answer at first. I was frozen. The man's head tilted, slowly, too slowly, almost like the movement was unnatural, deliberate, mechanical. He tilted until his face lined up perfectly with mine. Then he froze again. "Uncle Mark?" Haley asked. "What's wrong?" I blinked, and when my eyes opened, he was gone. No way he walked away that fast. No way he slipped through the crowd behind him. He just vanished. I ordered the churros, trying to act normal. Inside, my stomach was twisting. The rest of the afternoon was quiet. Too quiet. The park was loud, full of people and music and ride noise, but nothing weird happened. No strange cast members, no staring, no sudden appearances. Haley was having the time of her life. I forced myself to smile and play along, but I kept scanning every crowd, every corner, every ride queue, looking for him. I didn't see him again until evening. Disneyland at night has a different energy. More magical, sure, but more chaotic too. Pumped up kids, exhausted parents, glowing lights everywhere. We were near It's a Small World waiting for the nighttime parade when Haley tugged on my sleeve. He's back. My neck stiffened. Who? She just pointed. My blood went cold. He was standing near the ride's clock tower, half hidden behind the wrought iron fence. No one else seemed to notice him. Not the cast members directing crowd traffic, not the families passing by, but he was there, standing too still, facing us, head lowered, hands at his sides. Let's move, I said quickly. We pushed through the crowd before the parade started. Haley didn't argue. She clung to my hand like she thought losing contact with me would make him appear closer. We walked fast toward Tomorrowland, barely talked, barely breathed. We made it near Space Mountain before slowing down. There were fewer people there. I finally felt like I could breathe again. But as we approached the entrance of the ride, he stepped out from behind the Fast Pass machines. Not walked, stepped, like he'd just blinked into existence and was continuing a movement mid-stride. He stood 5 feet away, close enough for me to see his skin. It wasn't right. It looked like wax, smooth in some places, too tight in others, like it didn't fit his face correctly. His eyes were glazed, dark, unfocused, yet fixed on us, on Haley. He opened his mouth slightly. No sound came out, just a little twitch of his jaw, like he wasn't sure how to use it. I grabbed Haley and ran. We pushed through families and strollers and ride lines, ignoring the angry comments. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the park, near the giant Mickey floral display at the entrance. He wasn't there. For the first time all day, I let myself think we were safe. But Disneyland has one last choke point, the exit tunnels under the railroad station. Just before we reached them, Haley froze. I turned. He stood in the left-hand tunnel, blocking the exit. Same stance, same blank face. But now, his head twitched rapidly like something inside him was malfunctioning. His neck jerked sideways. His jaw moved in quick little clicks. His fingers flexed and curled in unnatural patterns. People walked right past him like he wasn't there, like he wasn't visible to anyone but us. Uncle Mark, Haley whispered. I didn't let her finish. We bolted through the right-hand tunnel and out into the esplanade. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I didn't look back, not once. We reached the Pixar parking structure tram. Just as the tram arrived, I made the mistake of glancing toward the main gate. He was standing at the turnstiles, staring at us. Then the tram pulled away, and he vanished behind a wall of people. I told myself it was over. I told myself he couldn't follow us home. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, while Haley was sleeping over at my apartment, she came into my room at 2 a.m. shaking. There's someone in the hallway, she whispered. I jumped up, grabbed the baseball bat I keep under my bed, and stepped into the hallway. No one. But 5 minutes later, when I checked my front door camera footage, I froze. At 1:48 a.m., a tall man in a white shirt and brown vest stood directly in front of my door. Not knocking, not moving, just standing there. His head was tilted downward, his arms hung stiffly at his sides. He stayed for 6 minutes. Then he stepped backward out of view, not turned, not walked away, just stepped back and vanished. I moved apartments 2 months later, sold my car, changed my daily routine, did everything to feel safe again. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Last night, when I parked in the garage under my building, I saw a figure standing between 2 columns. Tall, thin, wearing a vest. I didn't go closer. I didn't look long enough to confirm. I just got in the elevator and told myself over and over that Disneyland is supposed to be the happiest place on earth. But some things inside it don't belong there. Some things follow you home. Story, the end.